That's right. Style. From one star to watching a star-studded lineup right here at the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. We're into round 3 at Coimbatore. What a lovely drive this was, the A35. It's the safety car that's being used for this particular series. And it's a pleasure. I drive a star, but this one's special. Right, let's get talking about action that's going to unfold on day 2 of round 3. Before we get into live action today, very quickly, let me remind you of what happened yesterday. Round 1, day 1 of round 3 had a whole lot of rain. In Coimbatore, it wasn't as bright and sunny as we would have liked it to be. It was actually very muggy. We'll show you pictures of what happened yesterday. There was a fair bit of rain that came down in the afternoon. It rained for about an hour. And because of all that rain coming down on the racetrack, well, the ground control, the race control guys had a fair bit of job on their hands to try and clear out the track to ensure that the track conditions were favorable for racing action to finally commence. After a lot of efforts of the marshals and of course the support staff present here, they were able to get race action underway, and there were 2 races that were held yesterday. Remember, we had a race of the Formula LGB 4 and a race of the JK Tyre Novice Cup. In the Formula LGB 4, it was a race win and a very interesting, intriguing race is what it turned out to be. But in the end, you had Arya Singh notching up a race win. Rahul fought his way from P6 to finish second. And of course, Ashwin Datta managing a podium finish as well. As far as the JK Tyre Novice Cup was concerned, on the podium, you had Ruhan Alva, who was presented with the trophy, but later on, a lot of action that's transpired with the race control and race stewards deciding that there was a 10-second penalty to be handed out to Ruhan Alva for having crossed the white line in the pit lane before authorization, and because of that 10-second penalty, he in fact ended up finishing third. We'll talk more about that later. Those are 2 races that happened yesterday. We're looking at an action-packed day today, day 2 of round 3 at Coimbatore. And I'm Raman Bhanot. We're going to start off the day's proceedings today with race action coming your way in the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship with the JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. That's the first set of races that we're going to see. Remember, the bikes were not in action yesterday because of the inclement weather and the weather conditions not being supportive enough. But the action today is going to start with the bikes. And remember, as far as the standings are concerned in this category, the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, there was drama in race 2 of round 2 where Anish Shetty did get a race win, and in the provisional results that were declared, he did win the race. But then again, the race footage was reviewed and it was found that he had overtaken on a yellow flag. And that is the reason why he does not get that race win credited under his name. And as far as the drivers and the bikers' standings are concerned, at the moment you will find that on top position is Alwyn Xavier, while in second place is Anish Damodar Shetty. 2 points separating those two. Anish has got 30 points. 32 points is what Alwyn Xavier has, who's leading the standings. And that's the reason why this particular race today, the first race of the day, becomes so very crucial, so very critical. 2 races in the round for the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. 20 points. And remember, there'll be one more round that remains. And today might be the key moment, the key day, which might go a long way in deciding which way this championship could swing as far as the bikers are concerned. The news is that it will be Anish who will be, but we're still
and a very warm welcome to the Kari Motorspeedway in Coimbatore. We're ready for an action-packed day. When the rain gods weren't very kind yesterday, but it is, as usual, bright and sunny here in Coimbatore, and that means we are ready for 6 action-packed races on day 2 of round 3 of the 24th JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship. We were supposed to have one race in the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup category yesterday, but as Raman said a little while ago, thanks to the weather and the conditions yesterday, we did not have that race, and that was postponed for today. And we will start proceedings today with that race. That is race number 1 in this category, race number 1 of day 2, and overall the 3rd race of the weekend, and that's the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. It is very interesting right at the top as far as the Bikers Championship is concerned. Alvin Xavier leading by by a couple of points. He's at the top spot, closely followed by Anish Damodar Shetty, the lad from Hubli. He's on 32 points. So if Anish wins this race and Alvin comes in second, then they will be tied with 40 points apiece at the top. Obviously, this is just food for thought. It all depends on how things plan out. That's your championship leader, Alvin Xavier, bike number 10, the lad from Thrissur. He will be starting at P4, will be Alvin Xavier. It'll be very interesting. Anish Shetty will be at P1. We did not have this race yesterday, but now we are ready. It's, as I said, bright and sunny, perfect condition for racing action at the Kari Motorspeedway. Talking about the weather, it is at the moment close to 28 degrees. That's the track temperature would be around 32, 33. Nice little wind blowing across the Kari Motorspeedway. Humidity in highs of 66%, but hopefully we will have the clouds and the rain stay away, and we have at the moment about just a 16% chance of rain, and the weather forecast says the first half is certainly bright and sunny, and we'll have proper racing action commencing in about 5 minutes. As you can see, the marshals with that board saying 5 minutes. And first, we will have the formation lap. Remember, we had a couple of races yesterday, one in LGB Formula 4 category and one in the Novice Cup category. Those were wet races. That meant that the drivers started behind the safety car for the first 4 laps, and then the safety car went back into the pits, and we had a clear shootout of 11 laps in the LGB Formula 4 and remaining 6 in the Novice Cup category. Although, of those 6, only a couple of them were possible as the safety car came back out again. So the bikers have lined up on the grid. They are ready to rumble. That's Raivat Dhar, the lad from Jammu and Kashmir, who's also lined up at the grid at P11. Before we start the race, before we start racing action, we've got Raman Manor trackside. Let's very quickly catch up with Raman.
So we're all set for race action to get underway. Just a little while ago, they had the boards out, under 5 minutes to go for the start of this race, which is of course the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race, which sees Anish Shetty once again starting off on pole. I'm going to have a quick chat with Anish. Let's see if we can get a quick word from him, because I'm sure there was a bit of disappointment of what happened in the second race of round 2, a race win, but that overtaking on the yellow flag costing you dear.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a new day, new start, so I'll take it from here and get it back on the top again.
2 points separating you and Alvin Xavier. He's the one who's leading the bike standings. You'd like to change that, wouldn't you?
Yes, definitely, that's the goal.
That's the goal, and you got a clear sight of track ahead of you. Go well.
Thank you.
So just under 3 minutes to go for the start of this race. It's time for me to hand it back to Kartikeya Sinha, who's in the commentary box.
Thank you, Raman. So that was Raman Banod catching up with Anish Damodar Shetty, clearly disappointed with the outcome of the race in the previous round. Now, we'll quickly take you through the starting grid And as we said, it will be Anish Damodar Shetty starting at P1, got Raj Kumar at P2, Anfal Akhtar at P3. Anfal is third in the Bikers Championship. Alvin Xavier, the championship leader, at P4. Mika Viduraj at P5. We got Sudhir Sudhakar at P6. Jayant Pratipati at P7. We got Dheeraj Baikar at P8. Bharat Balan at P9. Srinidhi at P10. Raivadhar at P11. We got Naresh Kaname at P12. Lani Zena Fernandez, the younger from Pondicherry, at P13. Rohit Lad from P14. Harshad Sumra at P15. We got Pradeep starting at P16. Sam Paul Osborne will start at P17. Ashish Patel will be at P18. And then we got Sandeep Gurai and Meghna Patil at P19 and P20 respectively. So just under a minute before we have racing action beginning at the Kari Motorspeedway in the third round of the 24th JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship. Remember, this is day 2. We had a couple of races. This race was supposed to happen yesterday, but thanks to the weather gods, it was postponed to today. Now, we'll first have the formation lap, and once that's done, then we'll have the race, which will have 10 laps. Off they go for the formation lap. Very important. Remember, there might be a bit of rust because they haven't been racing for a while, so they will start off, try and get those tires warmed up, ready for action. It is the formation lap, so it doesn't matter who overtakes whom, but in the end, they will come back to their original starting positions on the grid. It will be Anish Shetty who will start at pole position, and he looked determined to get that race win so that he can get back, at least, if not solely, but at least tied with Alvin Xavier at the top of the Drivers' Championship. Because if Alvin finishes second and Anish wins, as I said, they both will be tied at 40 points apiece. Anfal Akhtar with 22 points is third in the Drivers' Championship. With 17, Sudhir Sudhakar is fourth, and Raj Kumar with 16 is starting fifth before the start of this race in the Bikers Championship. Sudhir Sudhakar from New Delhi and Raj Kumar, the local lad from Coimbatore, he'll be hoping to make a mark in round 3. We'll have 2 races in each category today. 2 in the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, 2 in the LGB Formula 4, and 2 in the Novice Cup category as well. Will be very interesting because the track is all dried out, no problem at all, perfect conditions for bike racing. As we have Raj Kumar, the local lad, coming in, starting at P2. He'd be hoping for a good start. We saw this in the last round as well from Anish Damodar Shetty. The starts weren't good, but as the race progressed, he did get that race lead and eventually the checkered flag as well. Is there anyone who can stop him? Well, he can only blame himself for not getting the race win in the previous round, as he overtook with the yellow flags out, and that cost him a few positions. So with the formation lap done, the bikers are back at their starting position on the grid. That's the confirmation that the grid is now complete. 5 reds, and once all the 5 go out, that's when the race action begins. Off they go now. It's a decent start for Anish Damodar Shetty. It's a good start as well for Raj Kumar and Anfal Akhtar as well. But Anish Damodar Shetty starting at P1. He's taken the lead. Alvin Xavier, not a very good start for him. There's Anish Shetty leading the pack once again. A terrific start coming through corner 1 and 2. Proves to be very tricky for some, but not on this occasion at the start of the race. It certainly proved out to be quite easy as they come through corner 4 and 5 onto that back straight, and it is Anfal Akhtar at the moment who leads the race. Terrific for Anfal. Remember, Anfal started at P3. He's gone on to take the race lead. He's been put under pressure by Anish Damodar Shetty. Now Anish comes in on the outside and he takes the race lead away from Anfal Akhtar. And you've got Alvin Xavier obviously in the mix. These are the top 3 with Anish Damodar Shetty, bike number 17, leading. Anfal Akhtar closely behind him in second. And then you got Alvin Xavier in third. And Anfal Akhtar certainly putting a bit of pressure on Anish Damodar Shetty, but as we said, again, not a very good start for Anish, but he certainly, through the end of the lap, he's got that race lead back with him. It's something that we've seen throughout round 2 as well. Now he's back from the grid and back in the commentary box. Welcome back, Raman.
Thank you very much, Karthikeya. There is a battle on. There is a battle on between Anfal Akhtar, he's on bike number 5, and Anish Damodar Shetty, who's just taken the race lead. Remember, the start was a little iffy for Anish, and I think Anfal Akhtar was off the blocks quicker. He managed to overtake Anish Shetty, and then in the mid-lap is where, on the back straight, is where Anish managed to regain the lead back, and he's got the race lead. There's Alwyn Xavier, who in fact had started on the 2nd row, and he is now on 4th position. He's on he's in 3rd position. You can see he's on bike number 10. I think he started off on P4, but he's made his way up from that 2nd row into the top 3.
So decent start for Alwyn Xavier. Remember, he is the championship leader in this category. A couple of points ahead of Anish, and Anish straight away, he's taken the lead away. He's now trying to stretch that gap between himself and Anfal. Anfal also in the mix of things. He's 10 points behind Alwyn Xavier in the championship. He's got 22, and he would be hoping to get some big points here so that he can challenge as well for that top spot. And he's the front two, that is Anish and Anfal. They've opened up a little bit of a gap between themselves and Alwyn Xavier, who's coming in 3rd as they come through the final corner of yet another lap. Has a glance behind, does Anfal, to see where exactly is Alwyn Xavier. That's Alwyn, followed by Mika Viduraj. That's the confirmation on your screen. Anish Shetty was put in the fastest lap. He's leading the race. A couple of laps have been done. Remember, it's a 10-lap race, and it is Anish finding himself in familiar territory, leading the pack.
I think there'll be disappointment for Raj Kumar. He was on P2 when the race began. He's on, remember, bike number 11. He started off on P2. He's not in the frame right now, but I think disappointment for him, not making the most of starting on the front row. He lost positions. He's currently running 5th. There's Dheeraj Biker, whom he's competing with for that 5th position slot. But we're with the race leader, Anish Shetty, followed by Anfal Akhtar, followed by Alwyn Xavier. This is Anish Shetty on bike number 17. Then Anfal Akhtar, who's about half a second behind him now. And that gap just seems to be growing as the race is progressing. Mika Viduraj is in 4th at the moment. That's how it's running. So Raj Kumar in 5th, Dheeraj Biker in 6th. Let's see how this pans out, how the race goes.
Certainly a very good start for Anish, and he's now I think it's about a second gap between himself and Anfal Akhtar. Anfal is just a trail a bit behind. He's getting some instructions to go full throttle. And yes, the gap between Anish and Anfal is now slightly over 1 second. Alwyn is about another 1.5 seconds behind Anfal. Dheeraj Biker, who started at P8, he's in the top 6 as well. Rajkumar, the local lad, the lad from Coimbatore, as Raman said, he'd be a tad bit disappointed. He was in the front row at P2 and he's dropped down to 5th. But just the way Anish has continued to dominate proceedings in this category.
Oh yes, and he's now increasing the gap. The gap between him and Anfal Akhtar is over 1 second now. In fact, you see Mika Viduraj, who's in 4th, trying to close in on Alwyn Xavier. Alwyn Xavier is on bike number 10. He's followed by bike number 4, which is Mika Viduraj, the biker I was talking about. The gap between Mika and Alwyn Xavier is less than half a second. So I think with every passing lap, with 3 laps down in the race, this is the 4th lap. I think with every passing lap, I think Alwyn Xavier will be under pressure if Mika Viduraj can sustain the pace.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see at the end of this lap what that gap is. At the moment, start of this lap was 0.440 seconds, the gap between Alwyn and Mika. But at the end of another lap, has he been able to increase that, or has that, well, he's just now coming with the confirmation.
Look at a beautiful shot this from the drone cameras, capturing the silhouette, capturing the corners, the kind of contours that this track has, the Kari Motorspeedway in Coimbatore. Quick reminder as far as the track length is concerned, it's 2.3 kilometers for a lap, and someone's taken the picturesque route through the tire barriers, having missed the corner on C1, and he'll have to be careful when he rejoins the race that there's no biker coming around whom he can run the risk of colliding with, and I wonder who that is. I think that's Sudhir Sudhakar.
Correct. Bike number 13, Sudhir Sudhakar, the guy from New Delhi. He's from New Delhi. He knows how to go through round barriers, that's for sure.
Well, he'd like to keep it on the track and keep it straight, and he's lost a few positions there, you know, having gone through those tyre barriers. This, of course, is Anfal Akhtar. He's running second on bike number 5. He's about a second and a half behind the race leader, Anish Shetty. We've got eyes on him as well. Alwyn Xavier in third, Meka Viduraj is fourth. This is the race leader, and I think he's going to run into a back marker. You can see bike number 16 ahead of him, and that is a back marker whom he's going to come up against, and that's, I think, Sam Paul Osborne, whom he'll have to lap.
Sam, another local lad, hasn't opened his account as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. The Bikers' Championship is still 0 points so far for him. Had a 14th place finish and a DNF in the second round, as he's now passed him easily. And he's clearly not happy, is Anish, and he's just put his hand out saying, hey, get out of my way, I'm the race leader, you're a back marker, you have to let me go through.
Yes, that's the important part. Basic race ethics. Anfal Akhtar just looking over his shoulder as he goes past. He's running second at the moment. Wanted to take a quick look at who was coming up behind him. But I think there's now staggered battles that are going on. A battle for the top spot with Anish Shetty, the race leader, and Anfal close behind. There's a battle for third between Alwyn Xavier and Meka Viduraj. And there's a battle for fifth between Rajkumar and Dheeraj Biker. Remember, this grid of 20 bikers also sees 2 invitational bikers in the grid. So 18 of them, of course, competing round after round after round. And there are 2 bikers who are running in the invitational category. One of them, of course, Meghna Patil. And you've got these aficionados, racing aficionados who are writing for leading automobile magazines or from the media, who come in for a round, get a first-hand experience of what it's like to ride these Royal Enfield Continental GT bikes.
Well, Anfal has squeezed that gap. That was about a second and a half between himself and Anish, down to half a second. But it'll be interesting to see by the end of this lap. It seems that Anish has got that couple of seconds difference in the gap between himself and Anfal restored. The battle on for third and fourth, as Raman said, between Alwyn and Meka. That's just under half a second, the gap between the two. So there are staggered battles, as you said, Raman, for the top spot for 1 and 2, and then for 3 and 4 and 5 as well, because the gap between Meka Viduraj and Rajkumar is just slightly above half a second. So that's about 1 second between third and fifth, and those are the third, fourth and fifth on your screens as we have that bird's eye view. In fact, it seems that all 3 are now looking to catch up with Anfal Akhtar, who's somehow dropped about a good couple of seconds behind now. It's just 1.961 seconds, the gap between race leader Anish Shetty and Anfal Akhtar. So Anish certainly has done very well in this round.
Yes, he has. Remember, it's supposed to be a 10-lap race. We are in the 8th lap of this race now. So another 2 more laps to come after this one. And yes, the field is getting staggered now. The race leader pulling away. Anish Shetty, second in the overall bike standings. He's 2 points behind Alwyn Xavier. And if the race order remains the same, Anish Shetty, if he goes on to win, he's the man in your picture frames right now. If he goes on and wins, and Anfal Akhtar finishes second and Alwyn Xavier's third, then for sure he's going to leapfrog over Alwyn Xavier in the overall biker standings and lead the standings after this race.
Absolutely, he's at the moment got 30 points. If he wins this, he'll be on 40. And if Alwyn finishes third, then he will be on 38 because he'll get 6 points. He's on 32. And Anfal will move to 30 because he's on 22. He collects 8 points. And all this is obviously hypothetical considering the positions that they're in right now. Coming through the end of lap number 8, there's a massive gap between Anish and the rest of the pack.
And we're now 8 laps down. It's into the penultimate lap. And keep an eye out on Alwyn Xavier, because I get a feeling he is caught up with Anfal Akhtar. Has he going to... No, he's just probably thought about taking the inside line, going into C1, then pulled out of it, did Alwyn Xavier. He's on bike number 10, but keep an eye on him. I think he's reeled in Anfal Akhtar. And with a lap and a half to go, I think he's going to challenge for the second spot. And Karthike, if he manages to overtake Anfal Akhtar and finish second, then both Alvin Xavier and Anish Shetty are going to be tied on points in the overall standings.
Absolutely, Raman, you said he was trying to make his move, and I think in trying to make his move, he made a slight error. He's dropped down to 4th now as Alvin Xavier, with Mega Viduraj coming in, bike number 4, moving up to 3rd.
You always look at the gains, don't you? You always keep the gains in mind when you're looking at making a move. But yes, it's fraught with danger when you're racing, that you could end up losing positions if you don't get your tactics right. And I think that's what happened with Alvin Xavier. Still another lap to go, so it's not done yet.
Well, certainly he would want to go on and finish at least 2nd, Alvin Xavier, but at the moment he is 3rd. That's Anfal Akhtar. He's 4th, in fact. He's dropped down from 3rd to 4th, with Meka Viduraj moving into the 3rd position. And he's certainly hot on the tails of Meka. This is now coming to the end of lap number 9, now the final lap. And this is where you can expect Alvin Xavier to go all out and try and move as up ahead as possible. Although it seems he's just missed it, and he'll go through the tyre barrier, and that could cost him a few places. Well, trying to go in too hard, and that is the mistake he committed. No such problem for Anish Shetty, as he comfortably goes on to lead the race. Anfal Akhtar is in 2nd, about good 4-5 seconds behind Anish, and then Mika Viduraj coming in 3rd. So 2 slight errors have cost, at the moment, Alvin Xavier a podium finish.
Yes, and I wonder if it might cost him the 4th place as well. We'll keep an eye out on what's happening there. This is, of course, Meka Viduraj, who's just gone by. He's running 3rd. But I wonder if Alvin Xavier's dropped down to 5th. Has that opened a window for Rajkumar to go past him as well? We'll wait and watch. But for the moment, beautiful bird's eye view of race action unfolding here at the Kari Motorspeedway. We're down to the final straight now. This is the final stretch. And it will be Anish Shetty who's going to be a winner, and a winner by a mile and more. Notches up another race win as Anfal Akhtar comes in 2nd. Meka Viduraj is 3rd. And it's Rajkumar who finishes 4th. Alvin Xavier, that 2nd error has gone on and cost him a place in the top 4. He's finished 5th now, in fact. That's what will happen as far as his race is concerned.
Anfal Akhtar offering a prayer, coming in 2nd, so that takes him up to 30 points, although he will remain 3rd in the championship, but he's closed that gap between himself and the top 2. Anish Shetty with the win moves up to 40 points and regains the Bikers Championship. He's looking behind was Anish after the race, just to see if you can see Alvin Xavier behind in 2nd or 3rd. And the moment he realized that he wasn't there, you can see the reaction. He's overjoyed, is Anish, because he knows now he's the sole leader as far as the Bikers Championship is concerned. Disappointment for Alvin Xavier. 2 errors in the last 2 laps. That's cost him dear, although he still has a race today, and obviously a couple of them in the final round to try and get that championship lead back.
Yes, but it's going to be a tough ask now. Anish Shetty, I spoke to him before the start of the race, and he looked very determined. He said, I know what's got to be done. There's a job that's got to be done, and I'll do it. I know a race win's required. In fact, he was starting off on pole position, so he had a clear sight of the racetrack ahead of him. Again, at times we've noticed it, and not for the first time, Karthike, that the start of a race for Anish has generally been a little off color. You'll see him stutter at the start, maybe late off the blocks, but he recovers so quickly. And at times, even though he relinquishes the lead, like he did today as well, for half the lap in the opening lap, but he took it back and didn't give Anfal Akhtar another chance, another sniff at it.
I think Anfal is also delighted with the way the race has panned out, although it would be a tad bit disappointed, because at a point of time he was the race leader, was Anfal Akhtar, because as Raman said, off-color start for Anish Shetty again, but by the end of a couple of laps he had taken the lead back. So that's the confirmation on your screen. Anish Shetty the race winner, Anfal Akhtar coming in 2nd, and good result for Meka Viduraj as well, who comes in 3rd. So that was race 1 of day 2 done. Exciting race, terrific result for Anish Damodar Shetty. Good for Anfal, and a good result for Meka Viduraj. That's bike number 4. That's of Meka Viduraj, as all the bikers go through the mandatory weighbridge after the race. They all have to be on in between a couple of weight categories after the race for that to be okay. A big hug for the race winner Anish Damodar Shetty.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
So we've had race 1 done on day 2, and that was the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. It was an exciting race, and we will very quickly now take you through the highlights of race 1. Off the went. Remember race 1, this was supposed to happen yesterday but postponed due to inclement weather. After the formation lap, that was done, no problem for either of the 20, including the 2 invitees. And off they went. It was a very good start for Anfal Akhdar, bike number 5, starting off very well. Remember, Anfal started at P3 and went on to take the race lead, but not for long, as Anish Damodar Shetty, who after a slow start wrestled the lead back from Anfal Akhdar very quickly inside the first 3 laps. And once you give that race lead to Anish Shetty, very rarely does he relinquish that. Very rarely does he give it away, as Anfal did try very hard to try and put some pressure on Anish Shetty, but Anish was having none of it. He continued to stretch his lead lap after lap. As you can see now, he was about good a second and a half ahead of Anfal. All with Xavier, who was running in third at that moment, ahead of Mika Viduraj. He was trying to put some pressure so that even if Anish won the race, if Alvin came in second, they would be tied for points at the second position. That's when a lot of pressure was put in by Alvin Xavier on Anfal for the second spot, but in trying to do so, did make the slightest of error. That was the second error by Alvin Xavier, and that costed him a lot of places. Looking behind, Alvin Xavier, well, where was Alvin? And Anish Damodar Shetty took the checkered flag. Anfal second, and Mika Viduraj coming in third. So that was the highlights. It was a terrific race, and Anish Damodar Shetty with that race win retakes the lead in the Bikers Championship. He now has 40 points. Obviously, these results are provisional for the next 30 minutes. The race control room has a look at the footage and sees if everything was okay. Although it did look all right and did look clean. Good result for Mika Viduraj as well. Remember, talking about Mika Viduraj, he was 7th in the Bikers Championship with 10 points. He will have collected 6, and that'll take him to 16 points in total. Now it's time for the prize distribution ceremony. That's your first runner-up, Anfal Akhdar. Clearly very animated. Wanted his helmet alongside him. In third position, that was Mika Viduraj, and your race winner, Anish Damodar Shetty, taking the top spot on the podium. Anfal clearly delighted coming in second, because that allows him to close the gap between himself and the top two. That's Anish and Alwyn. And remain in contention for the championship as well. ₹10,000 for the second runner-up. That was Mika Viduraj. For the first runner-up, it's 20 Rand. That's Anfal Akhtar. Certainly does make him a lot happier, doesn't it? And then you got the race winner, richer by 30 grand, and that is none other than Anish Damodar Shetty. So the winners with the trophies and the checks. Holding a pose for the photographers there. Big smile on Anish's face as he takes the lead in the Bikers Championship with that race win. Alwyn will be a tad bit disappointed. He was in the top three, but a couple of errors in the last two laps not only cost him a position on the podium, but also he's lost his top spot as far as the Bikers Championship is concerned. It was raining yesterday, but it is fairly hot and humid today. Now we've got Raman ready after the presentation ceremony to catch up with the race winners. Over to you, Raman. Seems to be some technical difficulty. We'll get back with Raman at the podium, who will catch up with the bikers, the winners. But we've had a good start to day two of round three. After a rain-soaked day one, it is bright and sunny at the Kari Motorspeedway in Coimbatore. That is very, very good news. All sunny and slight bit of breeze as well blowing across. That makes it perfect conditions for racing action. We have Raman back ready. Let's hear from him and the race winners.
Good battle that was on with Alwyn Xavier for that third spot.
Yes, I was able to catch up him in a few corners. Like I said, I found some decent setup. Thanks to Royal Enfield, helping me out. Looking forward to race 2.
Yeah, go well.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. That was Mika. He finished third. Let's have a quick chat with Anfal Akhtar, who had a little battle of his own. Anfal, let's have a quick chat with you while Mika makes his way down. If you could step forward. Anfal. You had the race lead in the very first lap, and then the challenge came from Anish.
Yeah, from starting I took the lead, and Anish was very strong there. So I was like, I wanted, starting itself I don't want to crash. Until 4-5 laps I want to steady the bike and everything, right. And after 5 laps we'll push. I was like waiting for that, and from 4th lap till 9th lap I got a brake failure. The bike was like fully, the bike front brake was like fully in clutch. So I holded that brake from Mickey Mouse and it went straight. So from there itself, from 4th lap I started using back brakes till 9th lap, and only my target was to finish the race without crashing. Somehow I finished the race in podium also.
So you'd be a happy lad, and of course also now as far as the overall point standings are concerned, you've got a battle on with Alwyn Xavier, pretty much close to him. You've caught up with him, just a couple of points behind.
Yeah, we both will fight for the championship as well as Also, I miss him in this podium ceremony because we both had a plans. We both are from same hometown. We had a plans to collect all the trophies to the home. So in this ceremony, I miss him more.
Go well, go well. Let's have a chat with Anish Shetty now. Anish, put the disappointment of that second race of round 2 behind you. Another race win for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Wonderful race. It was pretty tiring. I don't know why, the climate or maybe not enough recovery the previous night. But the race was quite a bit of physically demanding race. Also, to lead the race the race just gets longer and longer. It doesn't get over. Every lap is not a minute and a half. It's a lot more. But it was fun and overall had a wonderful race.
Just talk us through one aspect that we've noticed over the last couple of rounds. The fact that there's a little shaky start, or maybe not the ideal start that you want, but then you come back roaring.
Yeah, so ideally these bikes, when we take a very aggressive starts, we end up burning the clutches, which in fact will give a big impact throughout the race. So I would choose to take it easy on the start and make sure that the clutch has enough life throughout the race, rather than trying to use out all the clutch.
Tricks of the trade. Congratulations, Anish. Go well.
Thank you so much.
Another race win for the man who's really dominated proceedings in this Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. We've got more race action coming your way. Remember, it's a packed Sunday, day 2 of round 3. It's over to Karthikeya in the commentary box as we get ready for the next race of the day.
Thank you, Raman. Yes, it is an action-packed day. On the right of your screens, you can see the cars coming out, and that will be in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Race number 4 of the weekend. Second race of today. That's day 2 of round 3 of the 24th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship 2021. This will be a 10-lap race in the Novice Cup category. We had Ruhan Alva dominate this category with 7 wins out of 7, including yesterday's. However, those were obviously provisional results. And after having a quick look at the footage of the race post the end, it was decided that competitor number 27, that's Ruhan Alva, and competitor number 22, that's Darshan Subhash, they both were awarded a 10-second time penalty for crossing the white line at the pit exit. That meant that the race win was taken away from Ruhan Alva. So Ruhan Alva then came in 13th, losing his all-win record. Those are your race winners from the first race of the day. Anish Damodar Shetty, bike number 17, the race winner. Anfal Akdar, bike number 5, coming in second. And Mika Viduraj coming in third. Now we move on to the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. This is obviously the second race in this category for round 3. We had one yesterday. We were talking about that, how Ruhan Alva and Darshan Subhash were awarded 10-second time penalty. And that meant that Ruhan Alva's all-win record has now been taken away. He's off that streak. And with that time penalty, he managed to finish 13th. Ruhan Alva, the lad of from M Sport team from Bangalore. And that meant that Jaden Parriott got the race win. Rohan Kocher, who came in third, was moved up to second. And Naeem Rizvi occupied the third place in the revised results. Adit Parashar was fourth. Kishan Bindal came in fifth. Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar was sixth. Chetan Suraneni, unfortunately, could not finish the race, along with Aman Nagdev and Prarthana Murugavel. So as far as the championship is concerned, after the revised results, we will very quickly talk you through the Drivers' Championship. Ruhan Alva stays on top, obviously, with 60 points. He had 6 wins prior to yesterday. Jaden Parriott, with those 10 points, has moved up to 42 points. He remains second. Chetan Surineni drops down to third. Before that race, Chetan and Jaden both were tied for the second spot with 32 points each. Gaurav Kochar with 26 points is fourth in the Drivers' Championship. 4 points behind him is Aditya Parsuram of Hasten Performance, the lad from Chennai. He's in fifth, while Naeem Rizvi, who got a podium after the revised results, is sixth with 20 points. So it is a tight race for the second, third spot, with Jaden Parrott in 42, Chetan Srineni 32, Gaurav Kochar 26, Aditya Parasuram 22. So will be a very interesting race. Rohan Alva will start at pole position, so that gives him another opportunity to go on and get another race win, although he will be very disappointed to lose his all-win record, something that Amir Saeed did in the previous season. He had his eyes on that. He'd be a bit disappointed. Well, to talk more about the race, we have Raman Banot on the racetrack. And very quickly, it's over to you, Raman.
Right then, we've got the racers lining up for the second race of the day. This is going to be the JK TYRE Novice Cup. And that sees Rohan Alva starting off on pole position once again. Now, remember yesterday there was a little disappointment for Rohan. There's some last minute adjustments happening to his car. We can take a look. There's a bit of work that's going on his car. And I said that he would have a bit of disappointment that he'll have to overcome, because yesterday, though he did win the race, but he copped a 10-second penalty for touching the white line while coming out of the pit lane. And that caused an infringement, and that cost him 10 seconds. And that 10 seconds meant that from first, he slipped down to 13th. What it also meant was that his teammate, Jaden Parrott, who would finish second, gets a race win. The first race win for Jaden in the season. Congrats, Jaden.
Thank you so much.
Well, not the ideal circumstances to get the race win, but you did what you had to do.
Yeah, I definitely would have loved to have won it out on track. But nonetheless, it's still a race win, so I'm happy about that.
What's the thought process going into this one today? Again, the two M Sport cars dominating the front row.
I will try to get a win. Although pace may not be there, I'll just try and be aggressive and try to
go well. That's Jaden Parrott for you, the young lad from M Sport. The two M Sport cars have constantly dominated proceedings as far as race action and results are concerned, but we've got another M Sport car, and that's going to be on P3, and this is Naeem Rizvi, who had a podium finish yesterday as well, thanks to what transpired. Naeem, last minute work going on in your car, all set for this one?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The track, just the grip has dropped down since yesterday, and I think we'll have a good one today. Let's see, nobody knows what the track conditions are in turn one. Let's hope we don't crash and nobody crashes into me.
Yesterday was quite topsy-turvy given the rain and the different conditions that you were racing in.
Yeah, it was my visor fogged up, and that was a problem with a lot of people. So you had to just brake by intuition, actually. And I was trying my best to, the reason I got fourth in the end, was because I couldn't see anything. I was braking just by intuition. So I was trying, and I still kept my fourth place. That's a really big deal. And that became a third, so that's even better.
Absolutely. The ramp up happened with Rohan Alva, dropping down the 13 places to 13th. So congratulations on that podium finish. Go well for this one. Not much time left before the start of this race. You can see the 3-minute board that's already been brought out. You'll be able to see it. I can see it right now. You'll be able to see it now on your camera screens. But race action coming up in just a bit. It's over to Karthikeya Sinha.
Thank you, Raman. So we are ready for race 2 of day 2. That is the JK TYRE Novice Cup category. Very quickly, we'll talk you through the starting grid. Rohan Alva, after yesterday's disappointment, starts at P1. Teammate Jaden Parrott at P2, Naeem Rizvi at P3. So it's an M Sport 1, 2, 3. With the starting grid, Aman Nagdev starts at P4. Gaurav Kochar at P5. Chetan Srineni at P6. Adhit Parashar at P7. Joel Joseph at P8. Anvay Hemrajani at P9. Then you got Kishan Bindal at P10. Pratana Murugavel at P11. Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar at P12. Then you got Raj Kumar Yadavanshi starting at P13. Dhruv Soma at P14. Mukul Kumar and Shivesh Selvaratnam locking up row 8 on the grid. While you got Darshan, Subhash and Aditya Parsuram starting at the back of the grid P17 and P18. After the disappointment of getting a 10-second penalty and having the race win taken away from him, Ruhan Alva is at pole position, and he certainly will want to get back on top of that podium. He is about 18 points ahead of his nearest rival, that's his teammate Jayden Parriott in the Drivers' Championship. With 60 points, Jayden has moved up to 42 after being awarded the race win yesterday. And that 10-second time penalty meant that while he finished one, he ended up being 13th. There was a 10-second time penalty for Darshan Subhash as well. That took him to 14th. So it's an M Sport 1, 2, 3 as far as the starting grid is concerned. Bike, in fact, car number 70, that's Aman Nagdev, who starts at P4. He will be keen to get a podium finish, and we'll keep an eye out on Gaurav Kochar as well, who's on car number 17, starts at P5. And Gaurav will be hoping to get another good result so that he can close that gap between himself and Jayden Parriott. They're off for the formation lap. We have 18 races on the grid. They will complete the formation lap, get the tyres warmed up, and then ready for a 10-lap race. That's 23 kilometers of racing in the Novice Cup category in this race. After the disappointment, this will show the character that Ruhan Alva is. Having that race win taken away, obviously will be fairly disappointed, but how he bounces back from that is something we will get to know in about the next 15 to 20 minutes. Before the start of the race, we had Amir Saeed come up to Ruhan Alva, give him a high five, pat on the helmet and say, go on, no problem. He didn't break my record, but he can still come in second with 11 out of 11. And let's see if he can continue with the dominance that he's shown in this category. Race number 4 of the weekend, race number 2 of day 2. We've already had the JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race with Anish Damodar Shetty, the usual suspect at the top of the podium. Will we have a same old usual suspect in Ruhan Alva at the top of the podium come end of lap number 10 in this race? Only time can tell. So the formation lap is complete without any issue. There seems to be some problem with Aman Nagdev. He's I think way behind where he's supposed to be. You can see on the screen the blue car. He's holding his hand up. And then 5 reds. Off they go now. And he's stalled as Aman Nagdev. So no start for Aman there. He is, there you see, he's very frustrated is Aman. That's a very good start for Ruhan Alva. Decent start for Jayden Parriott as well. Both going close to each other. And it's tyre to tyre at the moment. But it seems that by the end of corner 2 and 3, Ruhan Alva should have that lead. But we will get that confirmation in a moment. A clean, for a change, a clean corner 1, 2 and 3 in the Novice Cup category. Now he's been pushed, the car has been pushed away, and I think it will be taken away into the pits. And it is Jayden Parriott, in fact, who's got the race lead now. So he's buoyed after that race win yesterday. Is Jayden Parriott. He certainly will have a pressure from Ruhan Alva coming in. Gaurav Kochar also trying to make the move there on Naeem Rizvi. Breaking in hard. There's that contact. Chetan Suruneni on the receiving end. But luckily, nobody lost their position on the race. And it is that battle between Adit Parashar and Chetan Suruneni. Chetan Suruneni, car number 666, and Adit Parashar 63. We'll keep an eye out on that as Jayden Parriott leads, followed by Ruhan Alva, and then you've got Naeem Rizvi in third. Raman, you spoke to Naeem Rizvi before the start of the race, and he was very smiley, bubbly, and very relaxed before when you spoke to him.
Yes, Karthik, I think that's a good sign when a youngster is happy. Well, they've managed to get Aman Nagdev's car off the track and into the pit lane without really any interruption to the race action. Just spare a thought for Aman Nagdev before that. The young lad who drives for Momentum Motorsport would be really disappointed. He hails from Noida, and he'd be very disappointed to have that car stalled right at the start of the race. And coming back to race action, Jayden Parriott's been overtaken by Ruhan Alva. So it wasn't really much... It didn't take much time to overtake Parriott. for Ruhan. He was a lap behind. He was behind for one lap, and then the second lap he's gone ahead. So what you can see at the bottom of your screen is the standing at the end of lap 1. That's when they cross the start-finish lap point. But as of now, the way things are running, it is currently Ruhan Alva who's the race leader, Jayden Pariat's in second, Naeem Rizvi still holding on to third, but barely holding on to third, as you see the third yellow come around.
He's been put under pressure by Gaurav Kochhar and Chetan Suruneni. Chetan, remember, was second in the Drivers' Championship, tied. But after yesterday's race, he did not finish DNF, so he's dropped down to third and remains on 32 points. So he'd be eager to get some points and move up and try and catch up with Jayden Pariat. Now the confirmation coming in at the end of another lap that Ruhan Alva is indeed your race leader. Jayden Pariat in second, Naeem Rizvi about a good 3 seconds, close to 3 seconds behind Pariat. He's holding Gaurav Kochhar and Chetan Suruneni as Chetan tries to make the move on the inside, but the lines have been closed by Naeem and both Gaurav Kochhar. Kishan Bindal is in sixth at the moment as you see that bird's eye view coming through corner 3-4 onto the back straight of the Kari Motorspeedway. Jayden Pariat, when we saw that a while ago when Ruhan Alva overtook him, he was very, very annoyed with himself. He was just, while driving, he was banging his steering, saying, how can I let this happen? I had a very good start, started at P2, got the race lead, but one slight error, and Ruhan Alva is in the ones who'd be very kind and say, that's fine, you've made an error, I'll let you go. He will not.
No, he hasn't, as you can see people looking on from the pit lane. Keep an eye out on Chetan Suruneni and Gaurav Kochhar. They're the ones you could see just a fraction of a second ago. You could see them. They are running fourth and fifth. Chetan Suruneni was third in the driver's standings behind Jayden Pariat. Ruhan Alva, of course, leading not just this race, but the overall driver standings as well with 60 points. 42 points is what Jayden Pariat has. His teammate who's in car number 5, who's right behind him. Naeem Rizvi in the overall standings is 6th. The driver from Team M Sport is on 20 points. So he would be looking to add some more, maybe 6 more, if he were to finish third here.
Or at least 6 more is what he would be targeting, but he's under immense pressure from the likes of Gaurav Kochhar and Chetan. Every corner, it is Gaurav who's looking to make that move. And indeed, Jayden Pariat, in fact, he's also not given up. He's just clocked in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 17.624 seconds. The gap between him and Ruhan Alva is now just slightly above half a second. So Jayden will have a crack, certainly, will have a go right till the very end. But what Naeem Rizvi has done well here, he's held the others back, like the likes of Gaurav Kochhar and Chetan Suruneni. That's allowed that gap to be around 5.5 seconds between the front two and the following pack.
Yes, and Chetan Suruneni, who you can see, he's in car number 666. He's just gone by there. That's in car number 17, Gaurav Kochhar, who's just behind Naeem Rizvi. These are the race leaders, Ruhan Alva and Jayden Pariat, who've just gone by in your picture frames, completing 4 laps, both these drivers. Ruhan about a second ahead of Jayden Pariat. Heart goes out for Chetan Suruneni. Yesterday, he crashed out of the race. And other problems here for Gaurav Kochhar. I think his car has gone over a curb, and I think he's done some damage to the front suspension.
The front right clearly seemed a little bent, so that is not good news for Gaurav Kochhar. Got a podium finish yesterday. He was hoping for the same today, and well, he's gone out. That's the end of the race for Gaurav Kochhar, and there's a bit of a verbal spat going on between Gaurav and Adit Parashar. Adit in car number 63, he's come out and he's asked Gaurav also to come out. They're all having both of them having a slightly heated argument, but no such problem. And now that allows, this is what happened. Gaurav was on the inside, and well, from the outside was coming Adit Parashar, and that's when the front right of Gaurav Kochhar's car made contact with the side of Adit Parashar's car. That's car number 63. There's the end of the race for both of them, but that means that Chetan Suruneni has now moved up to 4th, and he will be putting pressure on Naeem Rizvi. Race leaders remain the same. That's what happened, Raman.
And I wonder if there was something that was already wrong with Gaurav Kochhar's car, because you could see as he's gone over the curb, there was problems on the right suspension. right front suspension, and you know, his car probably losing direction, losing steer, and that's the reason why while coming out of that corner, taking the outside line, the car from Adit Parashar colliding with that front right suspension, and both drivers really animated and upset. I think what Adit Parashar was trying to explain to Gaurav Kochar was that he was taking the outside line and his car veered into the path of his car.
Well, the battle for third is certainly on between Naeem Rizvi and Chetan Suryaneni. About a half a second, the gap between the two. The front two have raced away from the rest of the pack. These are your front two. Ruan Alva in car 27. Well, there seems to be problems for yet another Momentum Motorsport car. Oh, it's half on the track, waiting for the cars to pass by, so he can move, or the driver can move. Coming to the end of lap number 6, Ruan Alva continues to lead the race. Jaden Parriott second, about a second behind teammate Ruan Alva, and well, that seems to be the end of the race for that Momentum Motorsports driver. Naeem Rizvi continues to be in second. The gap between Naeem and Chetan has dropped down to under half a second, so that is an intense battle we'd like to keep an eye out on. No problem for the race leaders there. There's about a second and a half, and Ruan Alva is comfortably leading, unless Ruan makes a mistake. Well, you can see in the background, it seems that the yellow flags are out. Will we have the safety car out as well? Only it's a matter of time, and I think it's only provisionally that the yellow car on that corner, because that car was half on the track and half on the gravel.
Yes, I think it's just for the corner. No, I think they're waving the yellow flag across multiple points on the racetrack, just letting the drivers know that no overtaking is allowed. They'll have to slow down. There is a blockade on the track, and that blockade has been caused by that Momentum Motorsports car that's perched on the side of the track on the curb. And I think we should have the safety car out soon. And that's the reason why you can see the cars slowing down. So that entire lead, that huge gap that the top two had built up between them and the third place driver, which was Naeem Rizvi, that gap is now gone, because they'll be driving behind the safety car because the yellow flag's out.
And Chetan Suryaneni will be liking this, because then he has a chance not only to have a go at Naeem Rizvi, but have a go at Jaden Parriott and the race leader Ruan Alva. This will certainly spice things up for the final few laps. Hopefully the safety car is not out for too long, possibly a lap, maybe. That's all we hope for, so that we can have the last 3 laps of full power racing and no race finishing behind the safety car. We had that in this category yesterday as well. We had that in round 1 as well, with the race finishing behind the safety car. But that gap that was close to 10-11 seconds between the front two and the rest of the pack, that's all gone now. That's evaporated, and this will play in favor of the likes of Naeem Rizvi and Chetan Suryaneni.
Oh, what a beast of a car that is. The car leading the race cars on the racetrack, the safety car. Everyone's driving behind the star. They have to follow the star. That's the car that's being taken off the track, the Momentum Motorsport car. And I wonder if that is Prarthana Murugavel's car. We'll wait for confirmation.
So they're following the safety car. Safety car, as Raman said, the star. Something about the star that the stars love. You're a big fan of the star. So there seems to be a problem for Aman Nagdev as well. Yes, he's banging his helmet with his hands. That's car number 70. Aman Nagdev of Momentum Motorsports. So things not going well according to plan for the team. That's Momentum Motorsports. They've already lost Gaurav Kochar in the race. His front right took a beating in that crash with Adit Parashar. And we had another car gone. That's Aman Nagdev, car number 70. That's been pushed away out of the tracks. So that's another Momentum Motorsports gone. And just a moment ago when we were talking about could be Prarthana Murugavel, we're waiting for that confirmation. That's clearly 3 Momentum Motorsports car out of the race.
No problems for Team M Sport. They've got 3 yellows right at the top, so that's no problems for them.
Now the safety car is back in the pit, so that means Ruan Alva can now try and stretch the lead. They will be put under pressure by Jaden Parriott, by Naeem Rizvi, by Chetan Suraneni. Now coming through that final corner of lap number 8, so we'll have 2 more laps after this one. Ruan Alva, your race leader. Jaden Parriott, second. Naeem Rizvi, third. Chetan Suraneni, fourth. Joel Joseph has moved up to 5th, thanks to all the crashes that have happened. Now, this will be interesting. A very good start as usual. We've seen every time the safety car goes out.
I think there's another incident just coming out of C1. One of the cars spinning on the racetrack. And I wonder if that was an Avalanche racing car. Oh, there's another incident here. And this time it's a couple of them involved. I think there's Aditya Parsuram in one. And straight away you can see the marshals and the safety crew rushing to ensure that they were able to get the drivers to safety.
And you can see Aditya also jumping out of the car and straight away going to the aid of his fellow competitor. There, Aditya Parsuram jumped out of his car very quickly and rushed towards the other car to try and help the driver out of the car very quickly. Very well done there by Aditya Parsuram, obviously with a gesture of trying to help his rival, his competitor. But in the end, that's the end of the race for both of them. Well, there, that's what happened. Coming in from the outside, just tires locking up, skidding, and takes a big tumble there. There's with that safety ring that's there.
Absolutely, the roll bar, the enhanced safety that you see on the cars that has been put into place, that ensured that the driver was safe. And that's one of the things that one really looks at with these cars when you're on the racetrack, to ensure driver safety. The additional head and neck support that you can see, the enhanced roll bar height that you can see on the back of the cars. So in case the car does turn turtle, there is maximum safety for the driver.
People watching not just at the Kari Motorspeedway, but from outside as well, from the adjoining highway. Certainly on their way to work or on their way somewhere, just stop a quick peek of the action on that back straight. So this is what happened, Robin. Coming in from the outside, and then there was contact in the middle of the car, which turned turtle. And Aditya Parsuram himself straight away out. And now you can clearly see that because of that roll bar, the helmet, the head, does not even touch the gravel, the ground. So that's clearly a very good safety measure in all these cars. As they follow the safety car, the lights are still on. Will we have another Novice Cup category race finish behind the safety car? Or will it go down into the pits? Well, seems like it will continue because the lights are clearly on. The safety car is still there. Chetan Suraneni would be a tad bit disappointed. Now, well, even with the lights on, it's just gone into the pits. So
this is the last lap, and they're finishing in the order in which they were running with the safety car on. So that's the way it is. Ruan Alva will get a race win. Jaden Parriott will come in second, and Naeem Rizvi finishes third. Chetan Suraneni doesn't get a chance to get a crack at the race leaders. He'll have to settle for fourth. And Joel Joseph comes in fifth.
So very good result for M Sport. It's a M Sport 1, 2, 3 in the Novice Cup category, as the safety car dived into the pit just moments before the end of the race. And obviously that was how the result ended up. Ruan Alva making it 7 out of 8, obviously provisionally, with Jaden Parriott coming in second, and the character that he is, Naeem Rizvi, coming in third. Chetan Suraneni would be disappointed, never got that chance after the first safety car to have a crack at the front three.
The reason why this race ended the way it did, you had the safety car out for the last couple of laps of this race. It was because of a race incident. Two cars involved in an incident. One of them, Aditya Parsuram, whose car collided with a fellow competitor's car, and due to which you had to have the safety car out on the racetrack. But it also highlights how quickly the reaction times were there from the marshals right at the side of the track to ensure the driver's safety, to ensure that they were able to get to the car that had turned turtle, evacuate the driver, the roll bar, as you can see, making sure that the driver didn't get hurt. Now we're seeing the recovery crew, once the race is over, we're seeing the recovery crew recover the cars.
And along with the marshals, were also, the reaction of Aditya Parsuram, who very quickly, although his race had ended as well, very quickly jumped out of his car to the aid of his fellow competitor. That's always very, very good to see, Raman. Terrific. And now we will be talking about the winners. That's Ruhan Alva winning the race, Jaden Parrott coming in second, and Naeem Rizvi coming in third. M Sport 1, 2, 3.
As we can see the recovery crew, a little while ago we could see the recovery crew recover the cars. That's Aditya Parsuram's car that's being removed. You can see that, of course, is car number 15. Another competitor's car stall there was Adit Parashar. That was from an earlier incident, remember, where Adit Parashar had collided with Gaurav Kocha. And those were two cars that were stranded around the same turn, just coming out of the corner. They got involved in an incident, and on the same corner, you had the second incident as well.
So while Sivan has been okay in this category so far, it's this corner that's proved to be troublesome for at least 4 of the racers.
Yes, 4 of them.
That's car number 17, Gaurav Kochar. He already suffered some damage at corner 2 on the front right, and then going through these corners just could not control the car and then collided into the car of Adit Parashar. And that was the end of the race for both of them. That's car number 15, Aditya Parsuram as well, who's involved in that second incident.
So a lot of hard work goes into recovering the cars from the racetrack.
So Ruhan Alva there along with Naeem Rizvi having a quick chat. The team members of M Sport, the race winners. It's a 3-on-3 as far as the podium is concerned. Very well done. It's a good start to the day for M Sport.
Yes, this is what happens at the weighbridge, where each car is weighed. The driver has got to drive into the weighbridge. You weigh the car. There's an official signature that you've got to sign off on. But Ruhan Alva, you can see he's a happy lad, having notched up a race win. Kishan Bindal now completing the formalities.
That's Jaden Parrott there momentarily on your screen. He's obviously also delighted coming in second. They all get hugs. And if I'm correct, yes, that is Amir Said's mother. Amir Said, remember, the young lad who dominated this category with the 12 wins out of 12 in the previous season, the 23rd season that was. Sivesh Selvaratnam there, shining after going through the weighbridge. That's Hari Singh on your screen. former rally champion himself, Kari Singh, Chief of Safety and Security at the Kari Motorspeedway at this event. Good result again for, as I said, for M Sport. It will certainly help them as far as the drivers, the Constructors Championship is concerned. Ruhan Alva back at the top of the podium with that win. It's Naeem Rizvi, Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parriott, the three winners. Naeem obviously in the red suit. On the left is Ruhan Alva, and in the center that is Jaden Parriott. All three of M Sport. Anway Hemrajani was the one whose car turned turtle. Obviously he was okay as Aditya Parsuram quickly, along with the help of the marshals, rushed to rescue him off the car. Hari Singh there at the podium alongside the race winners. Coming in at number 3, Naeem Rizvi. Finishing as the first runner-up, Jaden Parriott. That's his family, his father there, sister as well. And your race winner, Ruhan Alva, after the disappointment of being the race win taken away from him, he's now back at the top of the podium. It's an M Sport 1, 2, 3. Ruhan Alva, Jaden Parriott, Naeem Rizvi, all alongside the legend himself, Hari Singh, a former rallying champion, Chief of Safety, J.K. Tyres. Round of applause coming in for all the three winners. There also is a trophy for the tuners, for the mechanic. Now the striker pose for the photographers, for the media. Jaden's family, his father there along with his sister, very proud moment again as he finds himself on the podium. Jaden Parriott would be a tad bit disappointed. He was in fact a little frustrated as he let Ruhan Alva pass about the second or third lap of the race. And you could see him banging his steering in frustration. How could I let that happen? He was the race lead, had a very good start, starting from P2, got on to take the race lead. But then Ruhan Alva showing his class, taking the race lead. Twice the safety car came out, but in the end it was Ruhan Alva who was back at the top of the podium.
It's a clean sweep as far as the podium is concerned for Team M Sport. Let's have a chat with a young lad, Naeem Rizvi. Congratulations on a podium finish.
Thank you so much.
You got one yesterday, but not in the manner in which you wanted. You got it the right way today.
Yeah, that was a tough race actually. We had like a few issues in the car we want to iron out, but like I'm happy with it. I held back Gaurav and I held back Chetan as much as I could, and I think I did my best. I could have done better. I could have stuck with the first two a lot more. But I guess we got what we deserved, I guess.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the win.
Thank you so much.
A podium finish. He's finished third as Naeem Rizvi. Let's have a chat with Jaden once again. Jaden on the podium, a second place finish. But you had the race lead for a while.
Sadly, again, my car had little issues. So I couldn't really keep Ruhan behind. But I mean, it was a different race and I was quite pleased with it.
Well, go well, and of course now the gap opens up between you and Chetan Surineni as far as the overall, driver standings are concerned. You're second and firmly placed there.
Thankfully I pulled a gap. At the last round I actually had a gap, but the penalty made me drop that gap. But now I'm thankful that I opened up the gap again.
Well, go well.
Thank you so much.
And of course, Jaden Parriott who's finished second. The race winner, Ruhan Alva. Congratulations, Ruhan.
Thank you.
Just talk us through the race, especially in the beginning where you lost the race lead for a bit before you had to take it back.
Yeah, I had a bad start. The revs were a little too low on the start, so didn't get the launch that I wanted. But was able to fight back, get back fast. It was hard to break out of slipstream range, which helped Jaden a lot. Kept him in range for a move, but was able to stay ahead.
I'm disappointed about what happened yesterday. Got a race win, but then docked 10 seconds and ended up 13th.
Yeah, definitely disappointed, but it was my mistake. Have to own up for it and just come back stronger.
Like that attitude, keep it that way.
Thank you.
That's the way it is. A clean sweep by Team M Sport of the podium. And another race win for Ruhan Alva. We've got more race action coming up your way in the Formula LGB 4s. Stay with us. It's over to Karthike in the Combox meanwhile.
Thank you, Raman. That was Raman Banot with the race winners. A quick chat with the three, Ruhan Alva, Jaden Parriott and Naeem Rizvi. Fraction of a second there, you saw Hari Singh, the legend himself, on the screen. Now, coming up next is the LGB Formula 4. But before we dive into that, very quickly, let's take a look at the highlights of this race. Off they went for the start of the race. It was a very, very good start for Jaden Parriott. He was challenging Ruhan Alva. First they had the formation lap. Always helps to get the tyres warmed up. The JK Tyre Novice Cup category. So we had one race in this category yesterday. Ruhan Alva started at P1, Jaden Parriott at P2 and Naeem Rizvi starting at P3, and that is how it finished eventually. Gaurav Kochar, who started at Aman Nagdev, in fact. Gaurav Kochar was also in the mix of things in the top 6. Jaden Parriott initially had a very good start, took the race lead. That was the incident involving Gaurav Kochar and Adit Parashar. That was the end of the race. Earlier, Gaurav, a couple of corners before this, had some issue with his front right. That's when the safety car came out. Remember, when the safety car is out, no overtaking allowed. There was a 1, 2, 3 of M Sport at that moment, and that's the other reverse view of what had happened. That was the end of the race for Aman Nagdev as well, car number 70. Then came that big incident with the Anvay Hemrajani's car, returning turtle, and Aditya Parsuram as well was involved in that incident. And very quickly, the moment Aditya stopped, he jumped out of his car to go to the rescue and aid and help of his teammate. And that's the end of the race with Ruhan Alva taking the checkered flag. Car number 17, Gaurav Kochar, car number 15. Aditya Parsuram, all being towed away as Ruhan Alva gets back to where he was, the top of the podium, making it 7 wins out of 8 so far in this category.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire. break away from the routine. To the greens and get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop, start again, go forth, shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart, JK Tyre, total control. They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
So far on day 2 of round 3 of the 24th JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship, started the day with JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup with Anish Damodar Shetty claiming the race win, Anfal Akhtar coming in second and Mika Hemraj taking the third place on the podium. Following that was the JK Tyre Novice Cup race where after the disappointment of yesterday, Ruhan Alva started at P1. Remember, Ruhan did have a race win, but he was given a 10-second penalty for crossing the white line at the grid exit, and that meant that instead of finishing at the top of the pile, he was pushed down to 13th. That gave the race win to Jaden Parriott, nothing for Ruhan Alva, and the disappointment of losing out on his all-win record. He had 7 on 7, but that 7th was taken away. And then he came out today starting at P1, looked determined, and despite he had the not so great start, got the lead from Jaden Parriott by the end of the second round and kept it that way despite the fact that we had the safety car come out. It was an incident-full race with a couple of instances happening when the cars collided at the same corner, corner 4 and 5. And in the second incident, there was a car that turned on its head. That was of Anvay Hemrajani. But obviously, the roll cage that was there for the safety did its job. Aditya Parsuram was involved in that. He very quickly jumped out of his car to get Anvay out of the car, to his got to his help, and so did very quickly the marshals around the track. Then came out the safety car, and that's how it ended with the cars behind the safety car, and that meant Ruhan Alva got the race win. So back where he was, the top of the podium, a very good result for Naeem Rizvi finishing third, and then we had Jaden Parriott coming in second. So he's opened up a bit of a gap between himself and Chetan Suraneni as Jaden Parriott for the race for the Drivers' Championship, and that will be in the second place. Obviously the front, the top of that pile is Ruhan Alva with 70 points, 7-0, and you have Jaden Parriott coming in second, so he moves up to 50 points. So a big 20-point gap between Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parriott at the moment. We still have one race in that category left, but up next, what is lined up is the heavy-duty LGB Formula 4. And it is very, very tight at the top as far as the LGB Formula 4 category is concerned. For the Drivers' Championship, Vishnu Prasad is leading, the charts, but not by much. Only 2 points the difference between Vishnu and the man coming in second, Sandeep Kumar. Tejil Rao also in the mix of things. Tejil with 30 points is third. Arya Singh moving up the order. He's up to fourth now with a race win yesterday, and he moves up to 28 points. 27 for Diljit TS. Diljit, remember, finished fourth yesterday, and 25 is what Amir Saeed is on, along with Raghu Rangasamy, who finished second. Yesterday moves up to 7th. Ashwin Datta finished third. He's 8th with 16 points. Mohammad Ryan with 15 and Sohail Shah with 14 occupy the 9th and the 10th spot respectively. We will have 21 cars lined up on the grid. This will be very, very interesting because a young man called Mohammad Ryan will start at pole position, and a young man by the name of Amir Saeed, who's rubbing shoulders with the big guns, with former champions, and he is not here just to make up the numbers. He's already got a race win this season as Amir Saeed. First race win for Ahura, in fact. They have got podium finishes, but a race win for Amir Saeed. He will be starting at P2, so this will certainly spice things up, and he will be under pressure from his mentor from last season, Vishnu Prasad. We will obviously talk about the grid. Remember, the reverse grid has kicked in. That means the winners of the previous race, that's the top 8 finishers, that is reversed. We'll talk about the reverse grid in a moment, but first we'll go trackside where we have Raman Banod ready with some words.
All set for the Formula LGB 4 race that's just about to get underway. It sees Mohammad Ryan from Team M Sport on pole position. So the young lad gets the chance of having a clear sight on the racetrack and maybe trying to make the most of it. Let's have a quick chat with him. Ryan, all set for this one?
Yeah, starting pole after a long time again. But yeah, yesterday's race was unfortunate because the vision was a bit bad. So today, obviously the track conditions much better. So we'll try pushing as hard as we can.
A hint of nervousness now that you have a clear sight of track ahead of you?
No, never nervous. Just trying to keep calm, and I'll do my best. So just trying to just trying to stay composed.
Go well. I said, I'm not nervous, I'll just try and stay composed. That's what the young lad's saying. We've got a Ahura racing car on P2, and that's the young Amir Saeed, the sensational Amir Saeed, who had a great season last year in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. He's already notched up a race win, the first ever for Ahura racing in this category. Amir, good shot at the taking the race lead early because you're on the front row.
Yeah, it's a great place to start. If you're not on pole, the second isn't too bad. So just getting a slight better start will hopefully do the job for us, and we'll be able to take the lead. So,
how's the car been for the season? Through the season, of course, we're into round 3. So how's the car setting been for you?
The car's been pretty great. Team Ahura has worked very, very hard from where we were round 1 to now. The pace of the car, the handling, everything has improved drastically. So it's been very good. So yeah.
Go well.
Thank you so much.
Young Amir Saeed there, he's definitely made waves after a great first season last year in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. Now, in his very first season in the Formula LGB 4, he seems to be showing that he belongs here. Of course, he's notched up a race win as well. Let's talk to the man who is the overall leader in the driver's standings, Vishnu Prasad. Vishnu, not on the front row, but starting off on P3, not that bad.
Yeah, not that bad, and hopefully we can make the most of it and keep pushing forward.
You're into the business end of the championship now, into round 3 where every race matters. You've got the race lead, but only a slender 2-point lead compared to the others who follow.
Yeah, I know, and yeah, that's the most important thing is now to just keep getting points and keep getting the podiums in, and try to, yeah, by the end of the season, try to be consistent over the longer period of time.
Go well.
Thank you, thank you.
someone who's been there, done that. He's been multiple-time champion. Vishnu Prasad knows what it takes to soak in pressure and put in the best showing that he can. Sandeep Kumar, another champion. Of course, he's the defending champion as well from last year. Starts off on P4. Sandeep, a rarity, but it's finally happened. Dark Dawn domination of the front two rows has finally ended.
Yeah, I think everyone is quick. The racing and times are really close now. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. This race is very critical for all the guys who are fighting for the championship. So, yeah, every race counts from now.
Well, any specific plans for the team, you know, looking at the driver standings?
No, I think the only plan, we want to be up there, top. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lockout in the front. That's what ideally we want. But we'll see how it goes. So yeah, everyone is good. So we have to put in our best effort.
All the best.
Thank you.
As Sandeep Kumar for you, he starts off on P4. And when I said that the domination of Dark Dawn on the front rows have ended, remember last couple of races in this category, I've seen 3 or 4 Dark Dawn racing cars in the top 4. This time around, there are 2 M Sport cars in the top 4. There's Mohammad Rayan who starts off on pole. There's Vishnu Prasad who's on P3. And they'd like to make the most of it. I'm just taking a look back at the grid. The Dark Dawns do follow. You've got a couple of them lining up right behind me. You've got Ashwin Datta there. There's Diljit TS who starts off on P5. There's Ashwin who starts off on P6. Keep an eye out for an M Sport car there. Raghu Rangasamy, he's on P7. Just about 3 minutes to go before the start of the first lap, which is going to be the formation lap of this race. Time for me to hand it over to Karthikeya Sinha in the commentary box.
Thank you, Raman. So just 3 minutes away from the start of this race. We'll very quickly talk about the grid. Remember, I told you the reverse grid has kicked in. So that means Mohammad Rayan will start at P1, Amir Saeed at P2, Vishnu Prasad, the former champion at P3, Sandeep Kumar, defending champion at P4, Diljit TS, a former champion at P5, we got Ashwin Datta at P6, Raghu Rangasamy, a former champion himself at P7, we got Arya Singh, the race winner from the last race, starting at P8, Meera Erda at P9, Bala Prasad at P10, Mehul Agarwal and Sarosh Hataria locking up row 6. Then you got Anushriya Gulati and Shreya Diwan at P13 and 14. Remember, Shreya Diwan leads the LGB rookie category. Chirag Ghorpare will be at P15. And we got Yokeshwan Krishnavelu at P16. Deepak Ravikumar P17. Ashok Lal at P18. Mohit Aryan P19. Bashir at P20. And Tijal Rao, who could not finish the race last time round, will start right at the back of the grid at P21. We were talking about the reverse grid. The reverse grid means that the front first 8 finishers of the previous race, that order is reversed. So whoever won the race, that was Arya Singh, will start at P8. First runner-up Raghul will start at P7. Second runner-up Ashwin Datta will be at P6. Diljit TS finished 4th, so he starts at 5, and so on and so forth. So who finishes first starts at 8th, who finished 8th starts at 1st. And that gives a bit of opportunities for the mid-pack to come up and try at the front row. And that's the likes of Mohammad Rayan as well. Amir Saeed certainly will be looking to make most of this, as off goes all the drivers for the formation lap. This will be a 15-lap race. That's the norm in the LGB Formula 4. Generally, the Novice Cup category and the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup category, that's about 10 laps each. But the LGB Formula 4 races are 15 laps. Look at the background. Absolutely beautiful. Mountains and coconut plantations on one side. And on the other, you've got trail of windmills as well. A bright contrast from yesterday, the weather today. It was a massive downpour for an hour or so that had us reschedule the races. The plans were changed. Race from yesterday was postponed to today, and thankfully the heavens and the gods are and have been kind today so far, with sun belting down. The track has all dried up, so it's apart from the humidity, it's all good for the drivers as far as the racing action is concerned.
Karthikeya, I can assure you one thing. I was speaking to Anish Shetty, who was sweating profusely after he finished the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race. He was probably sweating buckets, might have lost a couple of kgs after that race, and he said, I was absolutely fatigued by the time that race ended. I was actually hoping that the race should end. I was in the race lead and I thought this will be the final lap, this will be the final lap, and those minute and a halves on each lap almost felt like eternity. So the weather today, I can assure you, it's not pleasant, it's hot, it's searing hot. And if you're in the car, in that driver's suit with the engine revving, and you're in the cockpit of the car, you're definitely feeling the heat. If the bikers felt it on a bike, these guys are feeling it much more.
Well, absolutely. This is going to be a test of their fitness as well. We have one of the cars that's just gone into the pit, so we have one non-starter. Looks like it is Deepak Ravi Kumar, and off they go for the start of the first race of this category in this weekend. That's from today. That's the LGB Formula 4. A very good start there for Amir Saeed. He's going straight up and he's taken the race lead. He's overtaken Mohammad Ryan very, very quickly. Vishnu Prasad stays in third. He will put some pressure on as well. That's a decent start for Sandeep. He remains in fourth at the moment. We've had the first 2-3 corners without any incidents. So far, a terrific start for young Amir Saeed. He started at P2, and this is what I was hoping for, and now I thought this would happen, that he would be aggressive straight out of the blocks and try and put some pressure on young Mohammad Ryan and take that lead back. Although Mohammad Ryan is someone who will also try and put some pressure back on him. Did try coming on the outside. A good racing line there from Amir Saeed as he continues to hold on to that lead. Now there, Chirag Gadbare colliding with one of the, I think was Yukeshwan and Chris Nuvelu there, car number 66.
Yes, there was an incident involving an Ahura racing driver whom he collided into. But I'll tell you another interesting story, Karthikeya. When you're watching this race, of course, we get the race timing coming up very quickly. Let us know exactly what times Amir Saeed's clock. But I can tell you one thing. Before the start of this race, Amir Saeed's mother was mounting and making sure the mounting of the GoPro camera on Amir Saeed's car on the roll cage is actually fixed. You can actually spot a black dot towards the left of that roll cage for Amir Saeed. That's the camera that she was mounting, a GoPro cam. And looking at how he started, in hindsight, I feel like I should have gone up to her and said, point it the other way, point it towards the back of the grid, not pointed in front, because he's the one who's leading it.
Absolutely, a very good start for him. In fact, Vishnu Prasad has moved up to second now. He's overtaken his teammate Mohammad Ryan, who's dropped down to third, and Sandeep Kumar remains in fourth. Raghul also trying to put some pressure on. He's surrounded by the Dark Dawns ahead of him as Raghul now moves up ahead of Diljit TS on that corner. Diljit dropping further back, car number 44, followed by Ashwin Datta, and then you have car number 10 of Arya Singh. So not a very good start for all the Dark Dawns, but we still have about good 13 laps remaining after this one. It's a 15-lap race, a very good start for Vishnu and for Amir Saeed. I can say the master and the apprentice at it, right at the top. Remember, Vishnu was his mentor, was Amir Saeed's mentor last season when he was in the Novice Cup category, and this is where things get interesting on the straight. Are doing very well there, Amir Saeed, fending off the challenge, but now Vishnu, this is the corner where Vishnu is at his notorious best. He tries to come in on the inside, then goes on the outside, keeps the challenger, keeps the race leader guessing as well.
For me, Karthikeya, I think so far it's been a very good race for young Arya Singh as well. He's in car number 10, and keep an eye out on him. You can see it's Amir Saeed who's the race leader, followed by Vishnu Prasad, and then of course Mohammad Ryan is there in the scheme of things, followed by Sandeep Kumar, and then keep an eye out for the other pack. This is the top four that you can see going around, with Amir Saeed in the race lead, Vishnu in second, Mohammad Ryan in third, and Sandeep Kumar in fourth. But then keep an eye out on what's happening behind this pack. This is the top four. But if you stay with it, there's a battle on between Raghul Rangasamy, Diljit TS, and in that battle there's a young Arya Singh who's involved as well, along with Ashwin Datta. So there are bunches of four, two bunches of four cars that you'll see.
Well, I think it seems that one of the Dark Dawns has actually overtaken Raghul, who's dropped down to sixth. The stats on the bottom of your screen obviously will be updated at the end of this lap, and in fact it seems like it is Arya Singh who's moved up ahead of Raghu Rangasamy. We will get that confirmation in a moment. Amir Saeed, your race leader, followed by Vishnu Prasad, Mohammad Ryan, Sandeep Kumar. Diljit TS was who's moved up ahead of Raghu. Raghu drops down to 6th now, and maybe it could be trouble for Raghu as he is under pressure from the other Dark Dawns as well. Now he's done well as Amir Saeed, more than half a second the gap between himself and Vishnu Prasad. Vishnu, a former champion. In fact, if you look at the front 6, we've got a former champion, we've got a defending champion, we've got a couple of former champions in 5th and 6th, and obviously we've got a former champion of the Novice Cup category leading the race.
That just tells you how competitive this category is, the Formula LGB4. Wonderful bird's eye view from the drone cam of the Kari Motorspeedway. It's contours and the kind of sharp turns, so it's really a challenge. You know, there's also a slight incline, change in incline as well. So for the drivers, it's very, very important to be on the right racing line. Definitely Amir Saeed so far has been on the right racing line. He's pulled up a gap between himself and Vishnu Prasad, who's in 2nd, but a fair distance away. Maybe that gap could be of at least a couple of seconds.
Well, it was 0.67 and now it's 1.64, so that's about close to 2 seconds, just under 2 seconds, and he's put in the fastest lap of the race as well as Amir Saeed, 1 minute 17.520. Now that battle of those 5-6 cars in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, that's certainly very interesting. We've got Tijil Rao as well. Remember, Tijil started right at the back of the grid at P21. He's moved up a few places as well as Tijil. Obviously couldn't finish the race yesterday, so that's why he's been put right at the back. And will be interesting to see where he ends up in this race, because he's moved up to, if I'm correct, 3rd in the Drivers' Championship as Tijil Rao with that race win yesterday. He's got 30 points. Vishnu with the 37 and Sandeep Kumar with 35. These are the top 2, and we have Tijil as well in the mix of things. Diljit TS also getting a few points with that race finish, podium finish yesterday. Again, from the drone cam, you can see on the left coming through towards the center those 5-6 cars, 4 Dark Dawns and 2 M Sport having a right go at each other, while Amir Saeed has just moved up ahead of everyone. He's followed by Vishnu, and now you can see Mohammad Ryan being overtaken there. Mohammad Ryan has dropped. Sandeep Kumar has moved up to 3rd. Mohammad Ryan drops to 4th. Diljit TS will certainly put some pressure on him. That's your race leader. That is Amir Saeed. And he's followed by Vishnu, who's about a second and a half. The gap. Mohammad Ryan there now under pressure from Diljit TS. Raghu remains in 6th.
I wonder if there was something that came off one of the cars coming down the straight. It's difficult to say, but I just had a feeling that there was something that came off, maybe a little contact between 2 cars.
And as we speak, Diljit TS has now moved up to 4th. He's pushed Mohammad Ryan back down to 5th, followed by Raghu Rangasamy, and got Arya Singh there as well in 7th. So starting at P8, Arya Singh, he's gained 1 position, but he certainly would be hoping to do much better. You can see that's the red car, that's your race leader Amir Saeed, followed by Vishnu Prasad. Then you'll have Sandeep Kumar. The stats will be updated with Diljit TS moving up to 4th and Mohammad Ryan dropping down to 5th. We'll get you that confirmation just in a moment, as that's another fastest lap by Amir Saeed. And there it is, the confirmation. Now making the move by Mohammad Ryan though, but unsuccessfully. He is trying his best to regain that 4th spot.
Is that the fastest lap time as well? Amir Saeed, 1 minute 17.514, which came in the previous lap, lap 6. That's been the fastest lap of the race so far as well. He's done well as this young lad. He's in car number 23, the young lad Amir Saeed. He's been the toast of everyone's eyes this season. Graduated up from the Novice Cup into the Formula LGB4, and he's shown that he belongs. That's been the most important part. He's looking good for another race win. It will be his 2nd race win. A 2nd race win for Team Ahura Racing as well. I think I was asking him, Karthik, about how he felt about the car and what his reaction was. He said that you know, we've come a long way from round 1 now into round 3 as far as the way the car's handling, the balance, and credit to Ahura Racing for the kind of preparations that they put in to tune the car given his racing style.
Absolutely, I think Suresh Shadari himself, being a former champion and racer himself, you know, he understands what driver needs, what a racer needs, and the team has certainly helped him according to his likings. Now, Diljit TS has moved up to third. He's overtaken Sandeep Kumar on that corner 1. This is terrific from Diljit TS, although he has overtaken his teammate, but it is still Dark Dawn 3 and 4 and M Sport 4 and 5, while there is some pressure coming in from Dark Dawns, who are in the 7th and 8th position. No such problem for Amir Saeed as he continues to stretch the lead between himself and Vishnu Prasad. A few moments ago we were talking about that gap, that was a second and a half. Now it's over 2 seconds. So clearly, lap after lap, he's putting in those best laps. 1 minute 17.514, lap number 6, that's the best lap of the race.
In terms of the overall driver standings, Amir Saeed is actually 6th in the standings with 25 points. If he were to win this race, he is the race leader, remember. He gets 10 more and moves up to 35. The gap between Amir Saeed and Vishnu Prasad was of 12 points before this race began. The gap between him and Diljit TS, who's 5th in the driver standings, was only 2 points. So if he wins and Diljit finishes 3rd, he'd probably leapfrog over Diljit TS for sure. Tijil Rao is not at the moment amongst points, so it could very well give this young lad Amir Saeed a chance to jump over Tijil Rao's standings of 30 points as well.
And as we speak, on that front straight, Ashwin Datta has made the move on Raghul Rangasamy. He's overtaken Raghul as Ashwin is moved up to 6th. Raghul dropping down to 7th. There was, for a very long time, immense pressure on Raghul, and eventually Ashwin Datta did successfully overtake. So it is at the moment 3 Dark Dawns in the front 6, while 2 M Sports and 1 Ahura Racing car. And that one Ahura Racing car is at the position where all the other 5 want to be as a race leader.
Lovely pictures. Just gives you a clear idea of what's transpiring and how the race has now become a staggered contest. The race leader is almost 2.5 seconds ahead of the contender, which is Vishnu Prasad, multiple-time national champion himself. Vishnu is currently running 2nd. He's the overall leader in the driver standings as well on 37 points. So, you know, he'd be keeping that in mind. Even if he finishes 2nd, he consolidates his position at the top of the leaderboard overall. He'll now, if he finishes 2nd, he'll go to 45 points. So the gap between him and the other drivers is going to get wider.
As long as Sandeep Kumar doesn't finish ahead of him, he's fine, because Sandeep is a couple of points behind him. And there you have the confirmation. It is Diljit TS who's 3rd, with Sandeep dropping down to 4th, Mohammad Rian 5th, Ashwin Datta 6th, as we have completed 9 laps, another 6 laps remaining. There's still a long way to go in this race, mind you. And Amir Saeed, look at him. They do say that it can get lonely on the top. I don't think he won't mind that solitude, because he's well ahead, about 3.5 seconds, close to 3.5 seconds ahead of his closest challenger, that is Vishnu Prasad in 2nd place. And I think Vishnu must be thinking, hang on, I taught this lad, you know. Do I get any favors back? None at all, absolutely not. Because Amir Saeed, he has, as Raman said, 1 race win already this season. This looks like he's on his way until, you know, makes a silly mistake. He's on his way for a 2nd race win. And that certainly will boost the confidence of this young man.
We're in the 10th lap. This is just going to be the end of the 10th lap. They're approaching the start-finish line. 10 laps gone now in this race, and you'll see a confirmation on your screen. View of the hawk's eye view that's being kept on the competitors. You saw a glimpse of what is happening in race control. That's where they've got multiple race stewards who are keeping an eye on each and every inch of the racetrack. Multiple cameras have been put across the racetrack, covering each corner, so ensuring, and of course there's a, you can see Mr. Rajan Syal sitting there keeping a hawk's eye view on what's transpiring, along with the other race officials, ensuring that the drivers adhere to the norms. So even if you might think that we haven't got an incident that's on broadcast, keep in mind that all these men who've been seasoned campaigners, who've had spent decades in motorsport as race officials now, keeping a close eye on the behavior of the drivers on the racetrack. And you know, these cameras are monitoring every corner of the track. So there could be the odd bump that a driver comes in with, or maybe the odd incident that we may not have on our broadcast camera, but these guys will definitely have it on the race control. They're watching it live and making a note of it.
So coming to the end of lap number 11, it is Amir Saeed who continues to lead the race by a very good margin, I must add, as Vishnu comes in second, more than 4 seconds behind race leader Amir Saeed. Diljit TS of Dark Dawn, another further 6.7 seconds in third. Sandeep Kumar, and through that lap, Ashwin Datta has moved up to 5th now. He's overtaken Mohammad Ryan, who's dropped down to 6th. Ragul should be 7th. Obviously, those figures are not on your screen at the moment. So a very good race, I must say, by Amir Saeed. Started at P2.
There, of course, is Sunny Kumar, who's up there, the COC for the four-wheeler category that's contested at the JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship, the clerk of the course, in charge of the races that are being conducted. Amir Saeed making no problems, no fuss about it. Of course, the race timings being clocked in time control. There are, remember, transponders fitted on each car, and as these cars cross the start-finish line, the timing is sent as the transponder sends out a signal as these cars will cross this start-finish line that you'll see now. This is the point where they've gone past that start-finish line. A signal sent to the decoder that with the software displays the timing that a car is clocking.
Technology at its best, isn't it, Raman? And
down to the millisecond.
Absolutely. And now down to about 5 seconds, the gap between Amir Saeed and Vishnu Prasad. Diljit TS coming in third, a good result for him. Mind you, he's also in the mix of things as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. In this category, the Drivers' Championship is so closely fought that one good result or one bad result can put you either in the top 3 or push you down from the top 3 as well.
Well, while we're keeping an eye out on all that's transpiring on the racetrack, we're also just cutting away and showing you visuals of a lot of roles that are performed behind the scenes, you know, of people who are ensuring the safe and the smooth conduct of the race. 12 laps gone, we're in the 13th lap. Amir Saeed is the race leader, ahead by about 5 seconds compared to Vishnu Prasad, and just 2 more laps to go. He'd be saying, okay, 10 points in the bag.
Absolutely, and even while he's got that close to 5 second gap, he's still not going slow on any of the corners. We saw that for a moment hard into that curve, as I see on your left of the screen, this slide 2 on the play card that signals 2 laps remaining, final 2 laps to all the drivers who pass by. Diljit TS followed by Sandeep Kumar, that's Ashwin Datta, Mohammad Ryan, and also we have Arya Singh as well in the mix of things. Didn't see Ragul there in the top 6 or 7, so Ragul will be a tad bit disappointed. He had moved into the top 5 for a while. That's your race leader Amir Saeed, very, very comfortably cruising through this Kari Motorspeedway. And now there's that incident again. It's Arya Singh who avoids that collision, and that's Mohammad Ryan's car number 45. That's at the receiving end. He's stalled right in the middle of the track, although he can get his car back on racing.
Yes, and that would ensure, thankfully, that the safety car won't have to come out. Let's take a look and see what happened there. Going into the corner, contact between Mohammad Ryan's car, and I think it was Arya Singh, who was right behind him, the driver from Dark Dawn Racing. Arya Singh's car going over the curb, onto the gravel, onto the mud, and then finally, luckily for him, he managed to keep the car going. A lot of times, these cars, remember, have a very low chassis, so it can get curbed on that, it can actually get stranded on the curb when it goes off the track. So luckily, Arya Singh manages to keep the car going.
And another thing is, luckily, that despite that collision, despite that little incident, he's not lost place. In fact, he continues to stay ahead of Mohammad Ryan, obviously, who's lost a few places, as Arya Singh has moved into the top 6. So it's at the moment 3, 4, 5, 6 of a Dark Dawn. So a few points in the kitty. And there you go. That's another one. That is car 99, Raghu Rangaswamy there, crashing into the tyre barrier. And the safety car has been called out.
But we're in the final lap. Remember, this is the final lap of the race. So even though Raghu Rangasamy, his car collided with the tyre barriers, it wouldn't make a difference because this is the final lap of the race. Even though the yellow flag is out, which means no overtakings allowed, it now ensures that Amir Saeed will take the race win. He will not be perturbed by all of that. Even if the gap, let's take a look and see what happened. I think just a lot of understeer there. Brake very late, a lot of understeer as he just went careening into the tyre barricades. Race win, meanwhile, for Amir Saeed. Vishnu Prasad will finish a very, very distant second. But what a fantastic race for Amir Saeed. His second race win of the season.
Absolutely delighted for the young man. He's moved up from the Novice Cup category to the LGB Formula 4, and he's not here to make up the numbers. Remember this name, Amir Saeed. He's already got 2 race wins, including this one, and certainly one to look out for. Then you got the Dark Dawns of Diljit TS in the top 3, followed by Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta and Arya Singh. Now all the cars will follow the safety car. And talking about the Ruggles incident, I think he braked a little too late and the car just spun and skidded and got on and hit the tyre barrier. But I think the damage was already done for Raghul with the top 6 to being there and he being well behind the race leaders and the front 3. That's the shot from the drone cam. As you can see, all the cars coming in through corner 3, 4, 5, 6 and onto that back straight. What a race win for young Amir Saeed. He started at P1. At corner 1 is when he took the race lead and he made sure it remained like that till the very, very end. Absolutely a dominating performance. Lap after lap after lap, he continued to increase the gap between himself and his nearest challenger, that was Vishnu Prasad. And mind you, Vishnu on this track, well, he's a champion, a former champion, a valuable customer, and even despite all of the experience that Vishnu has, he just could not catch up with Amir Saeed. So that tells you how well Amir Saeed raced in this race. Terrific result for Amir Saeed, for Ahura Racing. Vishnu would be, I won't say happy, but he'd be satisfied with the second, because that allows him to stretch that gap between himself and Sandeep Kumar ever so slightly in the Drivers' Championship.
Oh yes, he moves up to 45 points there, does Vishnu, with a second place finish. It gives him 8 points. He was on 37, so he's now up to 45. But credit to Amir Saeed. This race win takes him to 35 points. He was on 25 points, was Amir Saeed before the race began. He's now moved up to 35 with a race win. So he keeps himself in the hunt. He's 10 points behind Vishnu Prasad, the overall leader in the driver standings. But, you know, with another race to go in this race category for round 3 and 3 more races of round 4, anything can happen.
Raman, you were talking about when you spoke to Anish Shetty that how hot it is. You can see on the left of your screen, some of the drivers have very quickly jumped out of their car the moment they got that chance. Now they've taken their helmets off, their face masks and the coverings off, and some of them would probably be able to look into unzip their racing suits, because it is that hot and humid out here in Coimbatore at the moment. And well, we're talking about Amir Saeed as well, Raman, and you said how brilliantly he raced in this race, what he did. Remember, it's just his first season in this category, so that speaks volumes of the talent of this young man, Amir Saeed. There he is on the screen, and a fist bump from his mentor, that is Vishnu Prasad. That's a big hug from his mum as well. That's Amir Saeed. Vishnu there. The man with all smiles, Amir Saeed. A terrific race win for him. And despite him going from M Sport to Ahura Racing, you can see that he's someone who you know has maintained that friendly relationship, the camaraderie with not just the M Sport team and the Ahura team. In fact, with everyone. He gets a little hug from Diljit TS as well, who came in third. So that tells you that, you know, the boy is so well behaved, so disciplined, doesn't get involved in any of the nonsense. All he wants to do is just get on the racetrack and race. And well, look at that. Hugs by buckets and millions for young Amir Saeed. Very well done for that race win. second race win of the season for Amir Saeed and Ahura Racing. Was an entertaining race. Very quickly, we'll take a look at the highlights. Went for the formation lap first. Very quickly, the race started. Got the race lead at corner 1. Did Amir Saeed. That's when Vishnu Prasad had also, starting from P3, had moved up to second. He overtook Mohammad Royan in that race. Sandeep Kumar for a very long time, you can see he was coming in fourth. We'll continue with the highlights in a few moments. First of all, let's quickly go to the presentation area for the prize distribution ceremony. On the right, obviously, is Hari Singh in the red racing suit. That is Diljit TS. That is your race winner, Amir Saeed of Ahura Racing. On the left is Vishnu Prasad, a former champion himself. So these are your race winners in the LGB Formula 4 category. Second race of the weekend. Amir Saeed winning. That's Amir's mum there. Vishnu Prasad coming in second. And Diljit TS coming in third. Absolutely delighted. You can see he's smiling behind that mask, and why not? Almost took Hari Singh with him. The Diljit TS there when he tried to raise the trophy. But Mr. Singh, as always, alert. Round of applause for the winners. And only in his first season in this category gets a fist pump from Hari Singh, does Amir Saeed. So that tells you how highly he's rated, this youngster. And I won't even say he's one for the future, but because he's doing it in the present. And doing a terrific job at it is Amir Saeed. Wonderful stuff.
You check the mic. Have you checked it? Where do you want me to be? This side, no?
So we've had 3 races so far. One of each category. Started with the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Then got on to the Novice Cup category. And we've just had the LGB Formula 4 race done as well. Some of the races there. You can see the one with the mask. That's Sarosh Ataria. On the left, right in fact now is Anushya Gulati, who's just gone off the frame. Amir Saeed's mother there. A very proud mother. Very quickly, we'll head out to the presentation area where we've got Raman Banot.
What a fantastic race it turned out to be, the Formula LGB4 race. Let's have a quick chat with the podium finishers. I'll start with Diljit TS first. Diljit, you had to claw your way up the grid. In the end, a podium finish. Were you happy with that?
Yeah, definitely, because I started 5th on the grid, and I was just trying to catch up with these guys, but then these guys have already pulled off a lot. So it was, I wish I had 2 more laps.
There was a lot of tussle that went on in the mid-pack. Of course, Amir pulled away, Vishnu, behind him. But there was a tussle on for that third between you and your teammates, and Raghul was there as well from M Sport.
Yeah, definitely. We literally lived fighting so much for the third, because all we wanted was to collect as much as points as we have. So it was a tough fight between me and Rahul and Sandeep. I was really enjoying it.
Well, go well.
Thank you.
Enjoy that podium finish. That's the Diljit TS. Let's have a quick chat with Vishnu. Hot conditions, Vishnu, trying for every driver, and in hot conditions like this, you come up with a race performance like the one you have.
Yeah, we had a decent start. We had the pace as well to fight with Amir, but then I think about 4 or 5 laps down into the race, we had something with. I started feeling a vibration, so I didn't really want to take a risk. So I started staying off the curves and stuff like that. So we have to see what it is. But I think definitely from yesterday to today, we definitely have a little bit more pace to
to fight for the wins, and hopefully the next race has got to be from the back of the grid again, so hopefully we can make up a couple of places and get some decent points.
Just a throwback to last year where young Amir Saeed was with Team M Sport. You were one of the mentors taking him through the paces for the Novice Cup. This time around, different category, competes with you for a different team. Your thoughts on his performance?
I mean, he's driving really well this year. He's had a win before this as well, so good for him, and hopefully he continues to do the same, and I'm looking forward to racing with him till the end of the season.
Thanks so much for being with us, and congratulations. Still the overall leader in the driver standings, Vishnu Prasad, but the race winner for his second race win this season for Ahura Racing. Congratulations, Amir.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was it's quite a good race. From second off the line, the plan was to try and take the lead in the first lap, if not the first corner. So we did that, and from there it was just defend for the first 2-3 laps, and after that I was able to break away, and I think, yeah, as Vishnu said, he might have backed off a little as well, so I could just control the pace and stay in the lead.
Yeah, there's almost a 5-second gap between you and Vishnu Prasad by the time you wrapped up the race. So I'm sure you'd be a happy man with the way Ahura Racing have set up the car for you.
Yeah, I'm very, very proud of the team, all the mechanics. They put in so much hard work into the car, and from round 1 to here, we can properly compete for race wins, so I'm very, very pleased.
You know, on a lighter note, just before the start of the race, I could see your mother trying to adjust the GoPro camera on the roll cage, pointing it in the right direction. In hindsight, I wish I would have gone up to her and said, "Ma'am, turn it the other way so you see the guys behind, not the guys in front, because you were the one who were leading."
Yeah, in the end, the GoPro didn't end up turning on, so it was off the whole race. But anyway, there wasn't much happening, since I was in the lead, so there was not much footage to get. So.
But we've got all the footage of your fantastic race win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Amir Saeed, the young lad who's doing wonders. He's definitely been the toast this season for Team Ahura Racing. That's what we have as far as the podium presentation is concerned. It's back to you, Karthikeya. There's more race action lining up. I believe the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race is coming up next.
Thank you, Raman. What a terrific result for young Amir Saeed. And as Raman said, he is the toast of the season. We'll continue with the highlights. We started that before the presentation ceremony started. We'll continue with that now. By that time, Amir Saeed had taken the lead. Vishnu was coming in second, followed by Mohammad Rian and Sandeep Kumar. And there's a lot of pressure from Vishnu initially, but Amir Saeed did ever so well to peel away from Vishnu Prasad. You can see the gap now between Amir and Vishnu increasing. The battle there, as you can see from the drone cam, was on for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, with 4 Dark Dawns involved, along with the 2 M Sport. On to that front straight. Amir Saeed, what a terrific debut season he's had in the LGB Formula 4 category. At that time, Sandeep Kumar had moved ahead of young Mohammad Rian, and Diljit TS2 was making his move, moving ahead of Raghu Rangasamy. Remember, it's a 15-lap race coming through the final corner of yet another lap, and as I said, lap after lap, young Amir Saeed was stretching the lead that he had. That's where Diljit TS overtook Sandeep Kumar on corner 1 of the start of that lap. Car number 44, Diljit TS moving ahead. Once again, bird's eye view of the race action. Sandeep then, for a moment, got his 3rd position back from Diljit TS. They may be teammates on the racetrack. It's every man for himself as well, apart from obviously the Constructors' Championship that will be given out at the end of the season. By then, Diljit had taken the 3rd place back, so it was a seesaw battle between Diljit and Sandeep Kumar for the 3rd place. There you are, car number 44, Diljit TS. And shots of the race control room. That was Mr. Shal there, Mr. Hari Singh, all keeping a close eye on all the actions that's happened across all corners of the racetrack. Going slightly wide was Amir Saeed, and despite having that lead, he was not giving up. He was certainly going full throttle. Ashwin Datta had moved ahead of Mohammad Rian. On that occasion, see car number 5, Ashwin Datta ahead of car 45, that's Mohammad Rayan. Arya Singh too now was looking to put some pressure. This is the incident. There's a little contact between Arya Singh and Mohammad Rayan, although Mohammad Rayan's car, Arya Singh was off the track onto the gravel. Luckily kept his car running. At times when you get there, his car generally stalls, but he was lucky enough. That's when Ragul spun on corner 1 and into the tyre barrier. Safety car came out, but it was too late as Mohammad Rayan took the checkered flag. Vishnu Prasad coming in a distant second, and Diljit TS coming in third. Those were your race winners.
To the greens and get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Well, we're all set for the next race that's just about to get underway. It's going to be the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race. But before we get into race action, let's have a quick chat with the team principal, Mr. Vartena. Good to have you here, sir, and happy with the way things have gone?
Yeah, extremely happy with the way the bikes are performing. And the racing, every round they have dropped a second in lap time. They started with 18s, they were down to 17s, and round 3 they're down into 16s now. So improving a second round, which is great.
We talked about this right in round 1 as well, these Continental GT bikes. Minor modifications to what you'll get as a stock bike to the ones that are racing here?
Very, very minor modifications. The engine is box standard, there's no change in the engine. Exhaust systems are you've got special exhaust which is giving extra power. Lightened the weight by about 25 kilos and running special suspension, modification to the same suspension but modified for more stiffer damping up front and rear.
And of course the radials that they're running on.
Yeah, of course the tires are a big advantage. They're far better than the standard tires. These are for race. They only last about 4 races, so that's why the grip comes in.
Thanks so much for speaking with us. I believe we're all set for race action to commence.
All fingers crossed, everything goes fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. Of course, race action about to commence. Do stay with us.
Right then, we're ready for the 4th race of day 2, 6th race of the weekend. That's round 3 of the 24th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. And we will have the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Let's take a look at how the bikes have lined up on the grid. Anish Damodar Shetty starts at P1, Anfal Akhdar at P2, Rajkumar at P3, Alvin Xavier at P4, Meka Viduraj at P5, Dheeraj Biker at P6, Bharat Balan at P7, Giant Pradipati at P8, we got Pradeep at P9, Revadhar at P10, Ashish Patel at P11, Lani Zena Fernandez standing at P12, Naresh Kaname at P13, Sudhir Sudhakar at P14 and Rohit Lad at P15, Sandeep Gorai starting at P16, Harshad Sumra at P17, Sam Paul Osborne at P18, then we got Meghna Patil at P19 and Srinidhi starting at P20. This will be a 10-lap race and the bikers are already on the track for the formation lap. This is the 2nd race of this category today, and it is obviously the final race of this category as well, with Anish getting back on top of the Bikers Championship with the win in the race earlier that kick-started action today itself. Obviously, one race was supposed to happen yesterday, but thanks to the weather gods, inclement weather, the race was postponed for today, and we had Anfal Akhdar coming in 2nd in that race, followed by Meka Viduraj as well. Alvin Xavier disappointed couple of errors in the last 2 laps cost him not just a podium finish but cost him a few points as well. And Anish Shetty with that race win has moved back at the top of the Bikers Championship. Rajkumar, bike number 11, he'll be starting at P3. As I said, race number 6 of the weekend. We had 2 today. This is the 4th of 2 yesterday and 4th of today. 10 laps in the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Anish will be looking to notch up yet another race win to stretch that gap between himself and the second, third rivals as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Anfal Akhtar, who was delighted with the second place finish, he would himself be hoping that it's about time he moved from he's moved from third to second. He'll be eyeing a first now.
Yes, absolutely, Karthikeya. And you talked about the point standings. 40 points for Anish Shetty so far in the overall driver standings, in the biker standings, so to speak. In second place, Alvin Xavier, who's in second place with 37 points. And then Anfal Akhtar overall is third on 30 points. So that's how things stand at the moment. They're off now. Conservative start by Anish Shetty, but once again, Anfal Akhtar first off the blocks. Is he going to take the race lead? I think he will.
I think he has, and in fact, it's a very, very good start from Mika Himraj as well. In fact, Mika Viduraj started at P5. He's in the top 3 by the end of corner 1. We'll very quickly get you the confirmation of how things stand. And in fact, he's moved up to second as Mika Viduraj. You see bike number 4 there in second, while we got Anish Damodar Shetty, who's dropped down to third. Not a very good start, but that's something that we've become accustomed to. Doesn't start very well, but as they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And he does finish well how he wants.
And I think he gave a reason for that as well, Karthikeya, when I was talking to him in one of the post-race interactions. And he said that he doesn't want to overuse and heat up the clutch early on in the race, which will happen if you're going in for a very aggressive start. So he says, I'd rather choose to preserve the kind of traction I can get on the clutch through the race, and I can make up whatever lost seconds I have right at the start as the lap progresses. Remember, it's a 10-lap race, so I have the time to come back.
Alvin Xavier remains in the 4th, as we've seen Anfal Akhtar there, the confirmation coming in as a race leader. Mika Viduraj in second, Anish Shetty is third, Alvin Xavier is 4th. Rajkumar, who started at P3, has dropped down to 5th, and Bharat Balan, who was P7, has moved up to 6th. Obviously, you can see that the fastest lap so far was from Mika Viduraj, but he's in second because he started at P5 and he's moved up to the second position. Now you can see Anfal Akhtar with that podium finish, riding with that confidence. He is the race leader on your screen, followed closely by Mika Viduraj and Anish Damodar Shetty, obviously hot on the heels of both of them. And then you've got Alvin Xavier also. The front 4 are now packed together, and then you have the rest of the lot following them. Was fairly hot. We spoke to Anish about the heat and the consequences of that race, and he looked exhausted, fatigued, knackered as well. But once you're back on the bike, on the track, you forget all about that.
Yes, and I think it's going to be a tough ask for all the bikers. Remember, these are trying conditions. It's really hot out there on the track. Anish Shetty has actually dropped down to 4th as we speak. Alvin Xavier has overtaken him. So it's Anfal Akhtar who's the race leader, Mika Viduraj in second, Alvin Xavier in third, and Anish Shetty in 4th, with Rajkumar in 5th place. But these are the top 4 who are bunched up together.
So all it takes is one corner for you to move well ahead and or drop a few positions. We saw Alvin Xavier, as Raman said, he's moved up to 3rd. Anfal continues to lead. Mika is a 2nd, and Alvin Xavier has put in the fastest laps, the 2nd lap of that race, as it was 1 minute 17.402 seconds. But with the fact that all 4 are so close together, half a second between the 1st and the 4th, but by the end of another lap, this all could change very, very quickly. And obviously the leads could exchange hands as the race progresses. But Anfal right now looking very comfortable, very confident as he comes to the back curb, gets another corner done and dusted, coming through towards the final corner of the end of lap number 3.
You know, the other thing is, it might look very simple, Karthikeya, from a distance to someone who's watching back home or watching on their device. The fact is that these bikes weigh about 180 kilograms. So it takes a lot to manage a bike of that weight as well, along with the kind of power that these bikes can generate. There is a fair bit of weight that you've got to handle. So these bikers have to be in a supremely fit condition.
Absolutely, and the slightest of mistakes there from Mika Viduraj has seen him drop down to 4th now, with Alvin Xavier coming in 2nd, and Anish Shetty is moved up to 3rd. Ever so slightly the mistake committed by Mika, and that's cost him a couple of positions. He was in 2nd, he's dropped down to 4th. Now pressure on Anfal Akhtar, and it seems that Alvin Xavier has now taken the race lead. Bike number 10, we'll get that confirmation in a moment. Yes, it is Alvin Xavier who's now leading the race. Anfal Akhtar has dropped down to 2nd. There's pressure coming in from Anish Shetty on Anfal, while it is Alvin Xavier now who is reeling ahead of everyone. Anfal did ever so well for 3 laps, but all that pressure from Alvin Xavier. Remember, Alvin started at P4. He is now leading the race. There will be pressure from Anish as well. You can never count him out. Anish Damodar Shetty, who's moved up to 3rd. He was a bit disappointed having dropped down to 4th after starting at P1.
Remember, both Anfal Akhtar and Alvin Xavier are from Thrissur. And I remember Anfal saying that at the podium in the last after the last race, he was disappointed that Alvin Xavier, his city mate, did not make it to the podium. He wasn't on the podium, didn't finish in the top 3, did Alvin Xavier. And he said both of them had come with plans to take away all the silverware from the races by winning all races, or at least being on the podium across the 2 races over the weekend.
Well, it happened then, but certainly looks like happening now with the 2 leading, with Alvin Xavier as your race leader, Anfal coming in 2nd, pressure from Anish Shetty as he's in 3rd. Mika Viduraj would be a bit disappointed because he was in a very good position coming in 2nd. That slightest of mistake, and he's dropped down to 4th. Rajkumar in 5th. Sudhir Sudhakar has moved up to 6th now, as Sudhir, remember, Sudhir Sudhakar was, as far as the starting grid was concerned, started way back in P14, so that's turned out to be a good first 4 laps for him as we are coming to the end of lap number 5. All with Xavier continuing to lead, followed by Anfal Akhtar, then Anish Shetty. There's a big challenge from Anish on Anfal. Anfal will do well to fend that challenge off, because we know how aggressive Anish is when it comes to those corners, tricky corners, but he does very well.
And a mistake there by Mika Viduraj. You can see he's now having to come through the tyre barricades. Didn't brake in time, and I think he's going to drop down maybe another position. Yes, he rejoins the race on the racetrack, all right, but has he joined ahead of Rajkumar, who I think might have gotten ahead of him?
So that tells you, Raman, with the speeds that these bikes are doing and the weight that the bikes carry, obviously the inertia as well with them, braking at the right point is so crucial, and one slight mistake and that can cost you a few positions, as always Xavier has a peek behind, seeing who's following him, who's where, how close they are, as he continues to lead. Anfal now looking to come in on the outside, but very well done by Alvin Xavier, these front 3. And while we're halfway through the race, we're into lap number 6. These 3 are so close together, about half a second, that by the end of yet another lap, or maybe 2 laps, you could see a totally different race leader. That will all change as now Anish Damodar Shetty looks to make his move on the inside. Keep an eye out on bike number 17 on the right. That's Anish Damodar Shetty, and well, he did try but was unable to overtake Anfal Akhtar. A bit of problem there for one of the bikers, he saw momentarily.
Yes, but luckily it's not really impeded the race. That's the good part, and he's rejoining the race there. And I think that's Rajkumar on bike number 11, who's back on the racetrack.
So very comfortable for Alvin Xavier. The battle for second is certainly on between Anfal and Anish. And well, like you said, the lads from Thrissur had that plan, and it's certainly fructifying at the moment. As you can see from the drone cam how close these three are together, as Anish looks over his shoulder to see if there's anyone following, and certainly looks down and says, well, nothing there. It's absolutely empty, the track behind them. These three have peeled away from the rest of the group, as Anfal now tries to put some pressure and tries to make his move on Alvin Xavier, but Alvin holding on to his line, and now Anfal coming in on the inside trying to make that move, but very well done and well defended by Alvin Xavier. Coming through the end of lap number 7 now, through that final corner. This is where Anish Shetty would look to make his move on the outside, remains on the outside. On the left is Anish Damodar Shetty, but Anfal doing so well, and so did Alvin Xavier. Corner 1, corner 2, onto that corner 3 as Alvin Xavier peeps behind just to see, and Anfal Akhdar now with that little peep, slight mistake, and Anfal has taken the lead. This is terrific from Anfal Akhdar. The slightest of error, slightest lap in concentration, just to look behind where the others are, and that's cost him his place. He's down to second, and Anfal Akhdar is now your race leader, but mind you, Alvin Xavier will not let it go, that's for sure.
Nor with Anish Shetty. Just taking a look at what transpired there. That slight lapse when he slowed down a little and took the outside line did Anfal Akhdar, and that risk paid off.
Excellent stuff from Anfal Akhdar. He waited for that opportunity. The moment he got it, he seized it, but didn't last too long, as Alvin Xavier is now back in the lead. That's what we said, that in the next couple of laps you may see the lead and the race leaders. The order of the front three could change any moment.
This is the 8th lap, remember, of the race. There are another 2 laps to come after this. Also, I get a feeling Anish Shetty has been content so far to hold on to the 3rd spot. I think he'll now look to mount a challenge. With time running out in this race, I think you might just see a little more aggressive riding from Anish Shetty.
I think this is what he's done, as he now takes the inside line and moves up to second. As you said, Raman, the last 2 laps, that's the business end of the race, and he generally takes the race lead and keeps it that way in the last 2 laps. He's done it with Alvin Xavier a few times in round 2, and now he's done it with Anfal Akhdar, who was not even a lap ago was the race leader. He's now dropped down to 3rd, and Alvin Xavier now continues to lead with Anish Shetty in 2nd. This is terrific right at the top, as now you'll see some pressure from Anish Shetty on Alvin Xavier. Can Alvin Xavier keep his cool, keep his lines, and keep that race lead with him, as he now once again turns behind. That is what cost him his place initially, but he's got that lead back, as Alvin Xavier. Anfal Akhdar on that occasion took the lead away. He has dropped down to 3rd at the moment, as once again the gap between the three still remains under half a second as we coming towards the end of lap number 9. Another lap now remaining after this one. Anything can happen. This is exciting stuff. Now the first 2 have slightly peeled away from Anfal Akhdar, with Alvin Xavier leading the race going into the final lap. Anish Shetty coming in 2nd, Anfal Akhdar in 3rd. Mika Viduraj has moved up to 4th, but he would be a bit disappointed. Now this is where Anish Shetty made his move in the last 2 rounds. That's round 1 and round 2 to get those race wins. Will Alvin learn from the experience and hold his line? Will Alvin be able to defend? Will he be able to stay as the race leader come the checkered flag?
If the result is the way it is right now, I think the overall biker standings will see Alvin Xavier get really close to Anish Shetty's points tally. Anish Shetty will be on 48 points if he finishes 2nd here, and Alvin Xavier will keep himself within striking distance. There's a biker down, but luckily it's not impeding the race. Just a yellow flag on that corner, but I don't think that's going to be a yellow flag for the entire race. We'll have to wait and watch. He's overtaken him. Has Alvin Xavier been overtaken by Anish Shetty? No, Anish gets the... Anish in fact has to relinquish that position as Alvin Xavier takes the lead back.
And now they come on to the final corner, and Anish has taken the lead. This is going to be very, very close. There's also contact there. What it is, Anish Shetty, it seems, who's taken the race win. Alvin will have to settle for 2nd. Anfal Akhdar comes in 3rd, and straight away after the end of the race, Alvin turns around, looks at his city mate, and you could see the reaction from Anfal Akhdar. He said, well, what can you do, mate? What can you do? Terrific. He does go on and make those moves in the final few corners, does Anish. He's made it a habit, and this time he's got the race win again.
You've got to take a look at this. The final straight, as they come around the bend onto the straight, there's really nothing to choose between those two. Anish Shetty probably just a fraction ahead of Alvin Xavier. A little contact of bikes there. You can see that he's just tried to close the gate as Anish Shetty on Alvin Xavier. They go neck and neck, but he's just about 3/4 of a tire length ahead is Anish Shetty as he takes the checkered flag.
It's a photo finish there, but certainly a win for Anish Damodar Shetty. Second place for Alvin Xavier, and Anfal Akhtar will have to stay content and be happy with the third place on the podium. Very, very interesting race. The front three, it was a race between them, to be honest, from the on. And the leads, they kept exchanging the race lead. At times it was Anfal, sometimes it was Anish, sometimes it was Alvin. But as they say, doesn't matter how you start, how you end is what matters. And at the very last corner is when Anish Shetty made his move, overtook Alvin Xavier and ended as the race winner. This was terrific from Anish. Anfal Akhtar there, once again happy, delighted to be on the podium. That's your race winner, Anish Damodar Shetty, the lad from Ubli. Alvin Xavier coming in after settle for second. He'd be gutted with that result, and Anfal Akhtar will stand at the third place on the podium.
So what that'll mean is Anish Shetty now moves up to 50 points with that race win. He'll take 10 points away, and Alvin Xavier, who gets 8 for a second place finish, moves up to 45, and the gap widens between the two to 5 points.
What an exciting race. Terrific from the front three. Just couldn't pick out a winner till the very end, could you? That was that close, half a second between the front three. That's how tight, that's how close this entire race was. Wonderful, wonderful exhibition of bike racing, motorsports. Well, that was a very, very exciting race. We need a breather very quickly, back after a commercial break.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through. To stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Right then, this is the highlights of the race we've just seen. It was a super exciting race. It was a very good start by Anfal Akhtar. Anfal, remember, started at P2 very quickly, moved up to take the race lead. It wasn't a very good start for Anish Shetty. Started at P1, he dropped down to third and fourth initially, and that's something that we've seen from Anish. Doesn't start very well. It was a very good start for Mika Vidura, starting from P5. It moved up to the second position. Alvin Xavier from P4 and moved up to third, and Anish Shetty had dropped down to fourth despite starting at P1. As you can see from the bird's eye view, the drone cam, the top four had peeled away from the rest of the group, and this is when Alvin Xavier had taken the lead in the race. Anfal Akhtar had dropped down to second, and there was a slight mistake from Mika Viduraj. That cost him a couple of places. From second, he dropped down to fourth, and then you see again braking slightly late, and that on corner one he had to then go through the tire barrier. You'll see him joining in a minute, and then this was the battle. This was the intense battle for at least about 7-8 laps right at the top, and you couldn't pick a winner of the front three. times it was Alvin who was leading, at times it was Anfal who was leading, at times, in fact, at the very crucial time, it was Anish who was leading.
Yes, and this is where Anfal Akhtar went past Alvin Xavier. Alvin Xavier, just a couple of seconds before that, had looked over his shoulder to see where the competitors were. That little lapse in concentration where he didn't focus on how fast he had to go allowed Anfal Akhtar to overtake him. So Anfal led the race for just a bit, because then Alvin Xavier made a comeback. Anish Shetty had upped the pace. He had moved up to second. Anfal Akhtar slipped down to third. The two boys from Thrissur sandwiching Anish Shetty right in the middle, who was in second place. But this was the photo finish. Look at how the two went. There was contact between the two bikes as well, really close as they came down the straight. In the end, just about 3/4 of a tire length ahead was Damodar Shetty.
That's your race winner, Anish Damodar Shetty. He'd be happy with the result, wouldn't he? But as we said it a couple of times now, it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. And he got the race lead at the very last moment, and that's what matters.
Well, I wonder if there's going to be some sort of extra attention paid to that final straight and the incident that took place on that final straight, where Anish went straight down with Alvin Xavier pressing to make the move on the outside line. So, seemed to be a minor contact between the two bikes as well. For the moment, of course, it's all smiles, but we're still awaiting a final confirmation of the result.
Well, that's Anish having a quick chat with Anfal Akhtar, the lad with long hair. That's Alvin Xavier. He'll be joining in as well, and I'm sure the race control room officials will have a look at that final corner and that final straight before the checkered flag. That's well, so maybe he's just trying to explain that to Anish as well as Anfal. You'd love to see Anfal Akhtar, you know, he's a young kid, has always got a smile on his face. Doesn't matter if he's finished first, second, third. He's someone who enjoys being on the track. He's just in love with motorsports, and that's always, you know, good for the future of the sport.
Yes, they're just having a word with the team principal of Royal Enfield. But I tell you what, it's hot and it's humid. You can make out the bikers trying to hydrate themselves as we wait for the final presentation ceremony. I wonder if there are going to be provisional results that will be put out.
So after a terrific race, after an exciting race, it's time for the prize distribution ceremony. You see the three winners. Obviously, the results are and remain provisional for the next half an hour. But at the moment, there is Anfal Akhtar, who has to stay content with a third place finish, being the second runner-up. I think he's moved to the wrong place at the podium. That's Alvin Xavier, who will come in second, the first runner-up. Joining Anfal on the podium is Alvin Xavier now. At the race lead, at the very last corner, and the last few hundred meters is when this man made his move, Anish Damodar Shetty, to take the checkered flag by just milliseconds. That's the difference. That's how close this race was. So these are your race winners: Anish Damodar Shetty, Alvin Xavier, and Anfal Akhtar. Terrific race, super exciting, very thrilling, and in the end it was Anish who got all 10 points, who got the race wins. And we keep saying that provisionally for the next 30 odd minutes till the staff makes that final decision. They will, as we said earlier as well, after every race they do look at all the complete footage, all the corners off the racetrack. But at the moment, these are your winners. Bike number 17, Anish Damodar Shetty, the winner. That's your third place finisher, who comes up second runner-up, Anfal Akhtar. 10,000 rupees prize for him. Alvin Xavier gets 20,000 rupees for coming in as the first runner-up. And richer by another 30 grand, Anish Damodar Shetty, the winner of this race. Just one more for the photographers, please. So making it 2 wins out of 2 in round 3. Anish Damodar Shetty regains the lead as far as the Bikers Championship is concerned. Alvin Xavier has to contend with the second place. And Anfal Akdar coming in third very quickly, finding his place in the shade is Anfal Akdar. You just gotta love that kid. He's got a smile on his face. Always, always has that smile. That's great to see. So now that the prize distribution ceremony is over, very quickly we'll go down to the presentation area where we have Raman Banot catching up with the race winners.
What a race it's been. In fact, race lead changed hands probably more times than what you'd see in the baton changing hands in a race relay. But that's the way it was. Fantastic start initially. Anfal Akhtar really off the blocks in a flash. In the end, having to settle for third. Anfal, just talk us through the race.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with my pace, and the race was gone as well as planned. And suddenly the lead has changed. All been come, and from the thrilling last lap with Anish, it was pretty much fun race. And I'm happy with the result. Thank you.
Of course, you're happy with the result. You've got your city mate from Thrissur on the podium. Of course, he missed you last time around, didn't he? All when he said it in the interview as well. But talk us about that photo. Talk us through the photo finish right towards the end.
Yeah, it was a thrilling race. Actually, I was a bit scared about the brakes because last race I had an issue with the brakes. Last lap I almost got my brakes were almost zero. So this race I took it much more easy in the 4 to 8 laps, I guess. Then last 2 laps I know Anish will come again. So he rode very defensively. And last corner, it was very tight, but I actually got the drive, but we had a small contact. Yeah. So my clutch pulled in. So I had to settle for a second. But it was the best race I ever had.
Well, it was a fantastic finish. A photo finish just about 3/4 of a tire length ahead. Anish, you really gave it all, didn't you?
Yes, I had to give it all because of the championship. I didn't go as predicted for the first few laps because there was a lot of mess around. So I waited back and saw how the race would go like. And last few laps I had to put the hammer down, but it was quite difficult because everyone is progressing and everyone is doing good lap times. It was neck to neck.
The last 150 to 200 meters on that straight towards the finish line in the final lap. What was going on in your mind? We saw the race and how the two of you literally were veering towards the outside line, towards the corner of the track. What was going through your mind?
I just wanted him to stay behind me. I got the best drive out of the last corner. I tried, so it was all cash out move I made because I had never tried that sort of line, that sort of gearing and that sort of throttle. So I just put all my coins down and saw how it went, and it worked. Congratulations, savor the win. Thank you so much.
That's the way it stands at the moment. The provisional results are out, but the race win for Anish Shetty. Of course, we'll throw it back to Karthike in the commentary box.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart, JK Tyre, total control. They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
Right then, these are live pictures from the Kari Motorspeedway. We've seen a super exciting race just come to an end in the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. The race was down to milliseconds. That's how close it was. And we wonder how those milliseconds are counted. Well, that's the job of the transponders that are fitted on every bike and every car. And they count till the milliseconds of every lap and the race time. Very quickly, let's just see how all that works at the time control room and the transponders.
When you talk about racing, you talk about race timing, and every second matters. Now, how do we end up clocking a lap time and overall race timing for each and every driver? To tell us more about this, I have here with me Sughosh, who heads time control. Sughosh, talk us through this.
Yeah, so what we do is we install this device in each car. This is called a transponder. So what this does is, there's a loop on the track. So whenever a transponder passes over that loop, the time is recorded and it sends a signal to a device called a decoder. So that decoder is connected to the laptop, which has a software which gives us the timing in whatever format we want it in. So this transponder is connected to each car. So we match the number. Again, it has a unique ID. So we match it against the car number, the driver number. So whenever that passes, so the timing gets recorded.
And in terms of overall, I'm sure it's worked like a charm so far, but what's the kind of error percentage, if at all any, for a device like this?
There's not much of an error percentage here. So we get the accuracy is what you can say, the margin of error is very minimum. Yeah.
And that really makes it so much easier for and manageable when you're running a championship like this, when you're getting multiple cars crossing the start-finish line almost a millisecond apart. Is it as accurate as that?
Yeah, there's a lot of times when we get the timing in the qualifying, especially 1,000th of a second, 100th of a second difference. So that is very exciting to see as a timekeeper. You know, we are not interested on what's happening on the track, but when you look at the timing, it's more interesting for us.
And kind of is a lot of things get revealed. But just tell me, what are the kind of challenges that you might face, especially when you're putting together a device on a car or mounting this device on a car? Are there any kind of challenges that you come across?
See, this has to be mounted in a certain height in a car. So if you mount more than that, then it may not catch the signal. That is one thing. And if there are a lot of electronic devices close to the loop, the wire which goes there, so that might cause a disturbance sometimes. So that might give us sometimes the car will pass and we may not get a signal. And if it is not charged properly also, then also we'll get an error. So it has to be charged completely before every event. And once we charge it, it runs for 7 days. So can you see the light here? So every light is 1 day of charge.
So it's pretty much an entire race weekend taken care of with one charge itself. Is there any incident that you remember where you have been, the timekeeper for a race or a round of a national racing championship, where things really got down to the wire and it was all up to the kind of times clocked by the transponder that made a difference, or some incident that happened that you remember regarding a transponder for a race?
There are many instances, but I don't remember anything particularly. But there are a lot of instances where, things were, down to the wire, like a photo finish or something, and then this comes in really handy, the software. So we can track it to the 1,000th of a second. So that comes in very handy.
Thanks for speaking with us, Sugosh, and demystifying for a lot of people watching back home exactly how timing gets recorded for each of these cars.
Thank you, thank you.
So you saw how it all works as far as the timing, the transponders is concerned, and when the race is as close as we just saw, down to milliseconds, that is what lets us know who the winner and how much is the difference of time between the two. A contrast from yesterday, it's bright, sunny and windy here in Coimbatore, as you can see from the flags, the JK Tyres flags fluttering. So we start with some of the highlights of the action we've had throughout the season, starting with round one. Started with the Novice Cup category. Initially the race was red flagged because there was an incident in the opening lap itself. Once the race restarted, so Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parriott right at the front. That was Aman Nagdev's car. Ruhan Alva, the race leader, was closely followed by Aditya Parsuram. It was Ruhan Alva who took the checkered flag. Aditya came in second, and Gaurav Kochar took the third place on the podium. It was a bright start for Ruhan Alva, winning the first race, the opening race of the season. Then we moved on to the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Its debut season. Zanfal Akhtar, who started on P1, closely followed by Anish Damodar Shetty. Also in the mix of things was Alwyn Xavier. Anish Damodar Shetty very quickly took the race lead after overtaking Anfal Akhtar. That was Muzammil Ali. Saeed Muzammil Ali was crashing. That was the bike of Pradipati. It was again a close finish with Anish Shetty taking the race win. Alvin Xavier coming in second. Then we moved on to the first race of the category, that's the LGB Formula 4. Remember, these are highlights from round one. It was a very good start for Raghul Rangasamy. He was closely followed by three Dark Dawns. Arya Singh had taken the lead. AC car number 10, Arya Singh, leading the race. Built up a healthy lead between himself and his closest rival, who was coming in second. Then an incident happened. Tijil Rao and Vishnu Prasad. Arya Singh dropping to second, as it was Sohail Shah who took the checkered flag. Arya Singh second and Diljit TS getting the third place on the podium. Then we got on to the second race in the Novice Cup category. It was Ruhan Alva starting at P1 with the teammate Jaden Parriott at P2. Aditya Parsuram also had a good start. Pratna Murugavel there. You saw the car that just skidded and turned. No such problem for Ruhan Alva as he started. That was the contact, an incident between Aman Nagdev and Gaurav Kochar that brought the safety car out. Despite the safety car, it was great tactics by Ruhan Alva, just stalling all of the cars for a moment and then zipping off to take the checkered flag. Jaden Parriott taking second position and Aditya Parsuram coming in third. Making it 2 wins out of 2 Ruhan Alva. We got on again to the LGB Formula 4 category where TYRE-FMSCI was starting at P1 but very quickly was disposed of the race lead. The M Sport that took that lead, it was Vishnu Prasad, and he was chased down by Amir Saeed, and very quickly it was the race was yellow flag. The safety car came out, Vishnu leading, Amir Saeed on that straight did a very good job to take the lead away, but Vishnu, the experienced campaigner, not letting him go, got the lead back, pushing Amir Saeed back to second. Mohammad Rian was coming in third. That was a little skid for Sandeep Kumar, car number 9, as Vishnu took the checkered flag. Amir Saeed coming in second, and TYRE-FMSCI finding the third place on the podium. Then on to the Novice Cup category, where it was a good start for Aman Nagdev, who took the race lead from starting from P1. Remember, the reverse grid had kicked in, and Ruhan Alva was starting from the 8th position on the grid. Kamal Kanan GK for a moment had taken the lead away the two Momentum Motorsport racers, while Gaurav Kochur tangled up with Aditya Parsuram. Fire extinguisher was brought on, although there was no damage done to any of the drivers as the race finished behind the safety car, and Ruhan Alva took the checkered flag. Chetan Suruneni taking second, and Jaden Parrott coming in third. Then we got on to the second race of the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup category. It was Anish Damodar Shetty who started at P1, and once he gets that race lead, it's generally very, very difficult to stop that lad. The young man from Hubli opened up a big gap between himself and the second and third. Jayant Pratipati there, bike number 7, coming in second, while Alvin Xavier was third. And even in the opening lap, Anish had opened up a decent gap between himself. That was the crash where Jayant Pratipati had slid. Remember, these are very heavy bikes, close to 180 kilograms, as Anish took the checkered flag. Alvin came in second, and Anfal Akhtar third on the podium. Then we got on to the second race in the LGB Formula 4 category. It's a good start for R Racing. There were about 4 dark dawns in the front 6. Sandeep Kumar slipping there as car number 7, that was Diljit TS, overtaken by Vishnu Prasad. Vishnu, we all know, or Vishnu going ever so slightly wide, and that allowed Diljit TS to take the race lead back. Vishnu coming in second, followed by Mohammad Rian. So it was a dark dawn, followed by 2 M Sport. In fact, beg your pardon, was Sohail Shah in third, followed by Ashwin Datta, Sandeep Kumar, and TYRE-FMSCI. This is where Vishnu made his move and took the race lead away, and Sohail Shah also capitalized on that slight error from the GTS with an M Sport 1 and 2. And then Sohail Shah took the lead away from Vishnu Prasad to get his race win. Vishnu coming in second, and Sandeep coming in third. Then on to round 2. We start with the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Very good start for Megha Viduraj. But always in the mix of things is Anish Damodar Shetty and Alvin Xavier, along with Anfal Akhtar. These were the front 4. Mika did try and do his best, but by the end of lap 2, in fact end of lap 3, it was Anish who had taken the lead away. Mika was dropped down to second. Alvin was third, while Anfar Akhtar was in fourth. This was the battle that was intensifying. Lap number 9, it was Alvin Xavier who was leading, but at the first corner of the final lap, it was Anish who had taken the lead back from Alvin Xavier. He was leading the race when it mattered the most, that is at the checkered flag. Coming through the final couple of corners on the final lap, it was Anish Shetty who was leading Alvin Xavier, and he made sure it stayed that way. With Anish Damodar Shetty getting yet another race win, Alvin Xavier coming in second, and Anfal Akhtar there, you can see on the right of your screen, finishing third. Then we got on to the JK Tyre Novice Cup category, first race of round 2. A very good start for Ruhan Alva from starting at P1. The race again restarting, and similar story for Ruhan Alva. The safety car had to come out again. Once the safety car went back into the pits, it was the usual story with the Ruhan Alva leading, Jaden Parrott coming in second, as was a bit of pressure coming in from Aditya Parsuram as well. We had the safety car twice in the first 3 laps itself. Ruhan Alva with every passing lap was stretching the lead between himself and his next competitor, and that was his teammate Jaden Parrott. Taking the checkered flag again, making it a good habit. Ruhan Alva winning 3 out of 3. Jaden coming in second, and Aditya Parsuram coming in third. Joining the winners on the stage was Sita Raina, chairman for more women in motorsports in India. And on to the third race of round 2, and that was the LGB Formula 4. A decent start for Arya Singh there. Remember, Arya Singh, car number 10, had a podium finish earlier. That was the end of Chirag Ghorpure's race, car number 36, as the safety car came out. Well, it was a very good start for Arya Singh after the end of the race, but excellent pressure from young Amir Saeed, who by the end of corner 3 and 4 had taken the race lead. That was that contact with Mehul Agarwal's car, the yellow in M Sport, bringing out the safety car again. Amir Saeed was leading the race. He's closely followed by Tijal Rao, car number 3, and Sandeep Kumar, car number 9. Vishnu Prasad was 4th. Diljit TS was coming in 5th. But Amir Saeed, in his debut season, fighting against champions and former champions, made sure that he got to the checkered flag. He was, remember, the champion of the Novice Cup category last time round, winning all 12 races, and this time giving Ahura the first race win, and his first race win in the LGB Formula 4 category. Terrific from young Amir Saeed. Then Tijal coming in second, and Sandeep settling for third. For race 4, we had the JK Tyre Novice Cup. Ruhan Alva starting at P1. It's a poor start for Aman Nag. They started at P4 very quickly, was involved, and then the race was red flag. That meant that it would be a restart. This time around, once again, a very good start for Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parrott. Aditya Parsuram also upping up the ante, putting some pressure on Jaden Parrott for the second position. But as race progressed, the front two peeled away from the others. Ruhan Alva was the man who was leading the race. Remember, he had won all the races before this one in this category. There you see your race leader, car number 27, taking the checkered flag. Jaden Parrott coming in second, and a good result for Gaurav Kochar as well, finding a place on the podium. It's a huge round of applause for Gaurav, making it 4 out of 4. Now on to the LGB Formula 4. Ashwin Datta started at P1, and early in the race got a nudge from the back, although was lucky to rejoin was Arya Singh, but that was the end of the race for Ashwin. The safety car then came out. Diljit TS in round 2, remember, was not in his usual car number 7, but car number 44. He's leading the race, followed by Vishnu Tijil Rao also in the top 5. In fact, he was third at the moment, closely followed by Amir Saeed. Amir Saeed there coming on the outside, trying to make that move. LGTS continued to lead the race despite all the pressure coming in from Vishnu, and in fact, with the final lap to go, it was Sandeep Kumar who was well ahead, and so was Tejal Rao. There was a battle going on between the two Dark Dawns, the Silver Arrows as I call them, with Tejal there coming in also in the podium position. Diljit TS got the checkered flag, Tejal Rao coming in second, and Sandeep Kumar coming in third. It was a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. Gaurav Gill joining the winners as well. First Indian to be awarded the Arjuna Award for excellence in motorsports. Then we get on to the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, with Alvin Xavier making a terrific start, but Anish Damodar Shetty very quickly took the race lead. Was that incident, and the race was red flagged, had to be restarted. For all your information, the ambulance, the shot that you saw, the driver was fine. Just precautionary measures just to see if there was any concussion, any injury, and wasn't, thankfully. Anfal Akhtar was leading at the restart. Alvin was second, Anish Damodar Shetty was coming in third, but very quickly Anish moved up to second and then put pressure on Anfal Akhtar and took the race lead away from Anfal. Anfal dropping down to second. Spectators watched from the pits, with Anish making it 4 out of 4. Anish winning the race, Anfal coming in second, and Alvin Xavier had to stay content with the third place finish. Then we go on to race number 7 of round 2, and that was the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Good start for Naeem Rizvi. The reverse grid once again, meaning that Ruhan Alva and Jaden Parrott had to start at P8 and P7 respectively. Gaurav Kochar and Aman Nagdev putting pressure on Naeem, but that was Gaurav Kochar who had taken the lead away from Naeem Rizvi at the end of lap 1. Aditya Parsuram also was in the mix of things, putting pressure on Naeem Rizvi. Once again, we see that a lot in the Novice Cup category, pushing so hard, the safety car coming out, and once again it was normal service as usual for Ruhan Alva, who had by lap 5-6 taken the race lead back again. Jaden Parrott was coming in second as he overtook Gaurav Kochar in the first corner of the final lap. But Gaurav did very well to get that position back. Ruhan Alva came in first, Gaurav Kochar was also challenging Jaden Parriott for the second position, but when it came to lap number 11, remember this one was a 12-lap race, as Rohan Albert clocked the fastest lap of the race in lap number 10. Then he came through to take the checkered flag yet again, with Jaden Parriott taking second position and Gaurav Kochar settling for third. The winners once again joined by Gaurav Gill on the podium. Then we come on to the LGB Formula 4 category. Tijil Rao starting at P1. A very good start there, Tijil. While I think it was Mehul Agarwal who crashed there. Yes, it was Mehul Agarwal crashing into the steel railing first. There was contact there, losing the nose of his car and then sliding and running into the steel railing. That meant the race was red flagged and started again. Good start for the Dark Dawns, who were well ahead. Remember, they had already got a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 in one of the races earlier. Sandeep Kumar very early on took the race lead. Tijil Rao, Sandeep and Ashwin Datta. These were the three Dark Dawns that were ahead and fighting it out for the podium places. Sandeep leading, closely followed by Tijil Rao, who had by then taken the race lead. This is what happened. Car number, that was Priyanshu Thalyan's car, and that brought the safety car out. Tijil Rao leading the race. Sandeep Kumar was second. That's Sandeep, car number 9. As they come through the final corner, and you could see already Tijil Rao was celebrating. He went on to take the checkered flag, and it was once again a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3, with Sandeep second and Ashwin Datta taking the third place on the podium. Now on to the highlights of round 3, action from yesterday. Rain-soaked day and in Coimbatore. We started with the LGB Formula 4. It was a wet race. That meant that the cars would be racing behind the safety cars initially for the first 4 laps, and after that, after the first 4 laps, when the safety car went back into the pits, then it was a 11-lap shootout between the big guns, about 5-6 champions, former champions, defending champions on the grid. This is when the safety car went back into the pits, with Arya Singh leading the race. It were certainly tough conditions with all the spray for trailing cars. Arya Singh, the race leader, followed by Sandeep Kumar. It was a good race for Diljit TS, as well as Amir Saeed, who was in the top 4. But by that corner, it was a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3, 4 with Ashwin Datta moving past Amir Saeed. Absolutely dominated round 2, did Dark Dawn.
Just the way you expected that to happen. Good result for Arya Singh, who notched up a race win given this performance in the rainy conditions. That's what the team Dark Dawn Racing were hoping for, and that's the kind of result that they finally did go on and get, with Arya Singh winning a race which was fraught with a fair bit of challenge. Spray from the cars, tires, making life difficult for the drivers behind the car on the race grid. But Arya Singh, remember, since he was leading the pack, had the clear sight of track, no real problems for him as far as spray of someone else's car impeding his vision was concerned. That was never a problem, and he made sure he made the most of being ahead of the others. Diljit TS was in second, Sandeep Kumar running in third. They were hoping for a clean sweep, Dark Dawn Racing, in terms of the results that they got. This was disappointment for Tijil Rao, racing in wet conditions, probably new for the young lad in the Formula LGB4 car. It was a challenge for him. His car went off the track. He couldn't finish the race. But for Team Dark Dawn Racing, there were challenges that they had to contend with because Raghu Rangasamy made sure that he was mounting a challenge, was Raghu Rangasamy. Sandeep Kumar slipped off the pace, slipped down to 5th. And then with Arya Singh, Diljit TS, Ashwin Datta, Raghu Rangasamy in the mix. Diljit and Raghu were involved with in a little battle of their own, where Rahul was able to overtake Diljit TS and moved into second spot. Diljit slipped down to third, and then there was a battle for third between Diljit and Ashwin Datta as well. In the end, it was Ashwin Datta who managed to get past the young Diljit, the seasoned campaigner Diljit TS, while the young Arya Singh, who led the race, made sure that he held his nerve, went on to take the checkered flag, notched up a race win for himself and for Team Dark Dawn Racing. It was the second place finish for Rahul Rangasamy, while Ashwin Datta pipped Diljit TS to the post. He went on to finish third, while Diljit wasn't amongst the podium finishers. Just taking a look at highlights of round 3, the action that unfolded yesterday. It was a wet and rainy day. Speaker volume aa rahi hai yaar. Guys, speaker se volume aa raha hai. This of course is what happened in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. The race that was the second race of the day. Again, initially the car started behind the safety car for 3 laps. Because of a wet track, it was a wet race, clearly signaled to the competitors before the start of the race itself, which meant that the safety car would be on the racetrack for 3 laps. And this is what transpired. Initially there were problems for Chetan Surineni as Chetan's car tire barriers. Ruhan Alba kept the race lead intact, had a good race barring that little error that he'd made, which cost him a 10-second penalty and in the end cost him the race as well. Due to a car getting stranded on the racetrack, you had the safety car coming out on the track as well. The yellow flag was waved and the safety car came out to ensure that this Momentum Motorsports car that was perched on the edge of the track going into C1 was removed, and therefore by the time the marshals were able to work on getting the car off the racetrack, the safety car stayed on the track, and that was the position that all the drivers held. And that's how the race finished, with Ruhan Alva taking the checkered flag, Jayden Parryat finishing second, and Gaurav Kocher in the end pipping Naeem Rizvi to a podium finish. But let me remind you, those were provisional results. Later on, reviewing race footage, it was a 10-second penalty that came Ruhan Alva's way, and this race win that he clocked was actually nullified, and the race win was later given to Jayden Parryat. And Gaurav Kocher was second, and Naeem Rizvi got a podium finish. Back to showing you live pictures now. We are at Coimbatore. It's day 2 of round 3. It's bright and sunny today. We were showing you highlights earlier of day 1 where it was raining, and weather played a little spoiled sport as far as rescheduling of one bike race was concerned. That was held today in the morning. Now we've got 2 more races to come in round 3 on the final day of round 3. One of them, of course, is the JK Tyre Novice Cup race, which is race 7. You can see the graphic on your screen for the same. Post this race, you've got one more race, and that will be a race for the Formula LGB4. But this, remember, is a 12-lap race, a final race of the day in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. It's a 12-lap race with Anvay Hemrajani, who would be scheduled to start on pole, with Dhruv Soma on P2. We'll take a look at the starting grid once again. It's coming up on your picture frames there. Anvay Hemrajani starts off on pole, Dhruv Soma on second, Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar on P3, Kishan Bindal on P4, and then it'll be Adit Parashar on P5, Naeem Rizvi on P6, Gaurav Kocher on P7, Jayden Parryat P8, Aditya Parsuram P9, Shivesh Selvaratnam on P10, Joel Joseph P11, Mukul Kumar on P12. Now this really presents a different challenge for the race leaders, because it's a reverse order that kicks in. Ruhan Alva starts off way below on P13, Darshan Subhash on P14, Rajkumar Yaduvanshi on P15, Prarthana Murgavel on P16, Aman Nagdev starts off on P17, and Chetan Suraneni will be on P18. That's what the grid is looking like at the moment. Now remember, when this grid kicked in, you've got to remember what happened in the previous race of the JK Tyre Novice Cup, where there was an incident involving Aditya Parsuram's car, and I think it was Anvay Hemrajani whose car turned turtle. So I wonder if we are going to see a start from Anvay Hemrajani here at Coimbatore. But clear blue skies, that's a good sign. Just like cotton wool, you've got white clouds, just puffs of white cloud in the sky over the green background, over a blue background. That's exactly what you'd want with no rain. That will be the ideal scenario. Dhruv Soma is on row 1. He starts off on P2. Does the young lad Dhruv Soma. He's got a clear shot now of the track ahead of him, and let's see what he can make of it. Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar is going to be on P3. And remember, if Anvay Hemrajani is not on the racetrack, he'll have a clear sighter of the track ahead of him as well. Will Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar, who's racing for Avalanche Racing. He's a lad from Bengaluru. 12 laps, the signal being clearly made. There might be a few cars missing on the grid, and we'll take a quick look at that. One of them does look to be Anvay Hemrajani's car, which is missing on the grid. And you can see that pole position P1, that slot on the grid is empty. This is Adit Parashar's car, car number 63. And then you could see Naeem Rizvi, he starts off on P6. But a few empty positions on the grid. P1 is vacant, remember. That's how things stand. We ran you through the grid in terms of how it stands, but this is going to be a real challenge for the likes of the front runners who are now finding themselves in the backpack. This is Naeem Rizvi. He starts off on P6, had a podium finish in the previous 2 races. He was third in 2 races the last time around. So he's got an opportunity now to make it count, that he starts on P6 with some of the other clear front runners not ahead of him. Maybe he can make the most of the opportunity that he's got. I'll also quickly run you through the point standings the way they are in this race category. Remember, Rohan Alva, he's notched up a race win now. So he's now on 70 points. Jaden Parriott came in second in the previous race, so he's on 50 points. He's 20 points behind Jaden behind Rohan Alva. Chetan Suraneni had a disappointing previous race, so he'd be hoping to climb up the standings. He had a disappointing day 1, I remember, so he'd be hoping to make good here. It was disappointment for Aditya Parsuram as well in the previous race when he collided with a car on the track. I think it was Gaurav Kocher's car whom he had collided with. So in fact, Anvay Himrajani's car, I beg your pardon, is whom he collided with. There were a few incidents on the racetrack in the previous race. So Anvay's car is missing on the track. You could clearly make that out. Adit Parashar is there. Adit had that incident with Gaurav Kocher in the previous race. So car number 63, you could see that car's lining up on the grid. So we're hoping that some of the other young drivers who don't generally get a shot in the front 2 rows this time around can make the most of it. You could see Kishan Bindal's car being worked upon. That's the red car that you can see. I wonder if they're just trying to get it in the right position and also get it started. Wonderful bird's eye view of the Kari Motorspeedway in Coimbatore. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. You could see the windmills towards the left of your picture frames, towards the top. Unfortunately today those windmills, fans haven't really been churning the way they generally do because it's windy in Coimbatore more often than not. There's not been a lot of breeze blowing across the track today. It's been bright sunshine. If you're the organizers, you wouldn't mind that because yesterday there was a big challenge with the rain coming in. So today it's been bright and sunny. For the drivers, it's been tough going. As we see them go into the formation lap now. Remember, still time to go for the start of this race. This is just the formation lap. And as these cars come around, I wonder if there's a serious problem with Kishan Bindal's car, because I get a feeling that Kishan Bindal is not on the racetrack. They've got his car to go into the pit lane. And that's disappointment for the young lad, Kishan Bindal, who was in fact expected to start on P4. And when they'll come around the track and line up at the starting grid, we'll get quick confirmation of that. He's a young driver from Bengaluru, Kishan Bindal, who drives for Team Quest Motorsport. So we'll have to wait and watch and see what the final outcome is. But for the moment, it's just the formation lap. These young drivers going through the motions, just getting a fair idea of what the track temperatures are like. Earlier this afternoon, when I was out there on the track about an hour ago, the temperatures were about 30 degrees, but I can tell you what, on the track, the temperatures must be close to 32 in terms of track temperatures. And if you're sitting in the cockpit of the car, then that 32 degrees would feel like 37. So I can assure you that these young drivers are feeling the heat and feeling the heat quite literally. They're lining up now again on the start grid, and I dare say, of course, there was one car missing right before that formation lap began. That was Anvay Hemrajani. whose car had turned turtle in the previous race in this category. He's not there. And Kishan Bindal, as I was pointing out, who had to start on P4. I think his car stalled on the track, and in the formation lap itself, they had to roll his car into the pit lane. And I think he's not going to start this race from the grid, from the starting grid. So I think that's going to be curtains on Kishan Bindal's campaign as far as this category is concerned. And because there was a car that was stranded on the racetrack, they are having an extra formation lap. Start delayed. You can see those two boards being brought out. There will be an extra formation lap that will be done. So with an extra formation lap, I wonder if this is still going to be a 12-lap race, or will it be brought down to an 11-lap race? We'll get confirmation of that for you very soon. For now, the confirmation that we do have is that it is going to be an extra formation lap that the cars have to do. And for me, I think this is a great opportunity. If I were to highlight, Dhruv Soma, who's in car number 7, has a great opportunity. He's got a clear sight of track. There's also a great opportunity for Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar, who's starting off on P3. There's no challenge expected from Kishan Bindal, who was to be starting on P4, but he's not going to be on the start grid. So another car stalled. Oh dear. That's the last thing that you want. This is the car of Gaurav Kocha, and is it going to be the end before the start of the race? I think so. They're going to take that car into the pit lane. The extra formation laps in progress. Gaurav Kocha's car. Gaurav, remember, was starting on P7. I think his car has been done in, so they're going to take it to the pit lane. If I distinctly remember, there was an incident involving Adit Parashar and Gaurav Kocha's car in the previous race of this JK Tyre Novice Cup, in this round itself, where there was some damage sustained by Gaurav Kocha's car on the right axle. So I wonder if it's the same problem that's acting up again. So we'll have to wait and watch and see how that goes. But as I've said before, I'll say it again, it's a great opportunity for some of these young drivers who don't get a chance at the front end of the grid to try and make the most of this opportunity, for the likes of Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar, Dhruv Soma. They've got a great opportunity right up top to make this count. So we're now going to be missing 3 cars on the grid. As they are lining up again, you can see no car at P1, that is Anvay Hemrajani. On P4, Kishan Bindal. And on P7, that's Gaurav Kocha. So 3 drivers have been done in before the start of the race. We're all set and the cars go off. It'll be interesting to see what kind of a start does Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar get, because he was on P3 and had a good sighter on Dhruv Soma. Dhruv Soma is the race leader. He goes into C1 out of C2, clearly in the race lead. Around that Mickey Mouse incident, and it's Aditya Parsuram's car number 15, that gets a healthy tap from the side. It'll be interesting to see that replay again, but I think his race is over. Yes, the young lad is getting out disconsolate from his car. Aditya Parsuram's car was involved in that incident. Now, another incident. Brakes locking up, and well, he'll have to be careful. He cannot turn that car around even if it's running. He can't turn that car. Now he can, because the traffic is passed. But that was trouble straight away for Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar. Put under pressure by the mid-pack. Karthikeyan unable to hold on to his second place. In fact, he's now dropped back at least about 6 places. But we'll stay with the race leader, who is at the moment Jayden Parriott, who's leading the race. The car number 5 of M Sport. Right behind him is Ruhan Alva, his teammate from M Sport. So again, it's the familiar 2 drivers, Jayden Parriott, Ruhan Alva, who are back among the top 2. Naeem Rizvi is in 4th, while I wonder if Dhruv Soma has dropped back as well. Yes, he has. In fact, it's Adit Parashar who's running 3rd. And well, disappointment for Dhruv Soma. He had the race lead in lap 1 going into corner 1, and that lead went away so very quickly. In fact, Joel Joseph has also overtaken Dhruv Soma. And then you get the likes of the other drivers, including Chetan Suraneni, looking to break into the top 6.
This is terrific from Ruhan Alva. Started it way back in the grid, and he's now moved up to second. There's now competition between him and his teammate Jaden Parriott for the top spot. Adit Parashar doing ever so well in third, but Dhruv Soma would be very disappointed. As you said, Raman, you know, the middle bunch does get a chance with when the grids are reversed, and you know, and also based on one of the races finishing times, and obviously Ruhan Alva got that penalty, the 10-second penalty. That's why he finished way back. Gaurav Kochhar is a no-starter, so that's a disappointment for him too.
Yes, I remember, I think his car had taken a beating in that previous race. Some problems with the right wheel and the axle. I think taking a blow, and I don't think you know, that's going to be to satisfaction.
Generally, the Novice Cup races are 10 laps, the first two. The final one, that is this one, is a 12-lap race. So another couple of laps for Ruhan Alva to try and get the race lead as he tried to make his move on Jaden Parriott, both wheel to wheel, as Jaden looks to fend off that challenge from Ruhan Alva. And so far he's done well, as Jaden Parriott maintaining a very good line, not allowing Ruhan Alva to pass. In fact, Jaden has just put in the fastest lap of the race. That's the second lap. We're into lap number 3, the fastest being 1 minute 18.546 seconds. So one of the drivers whose race has ended. It's good to see the competition between the two of M Sport in Jaden and Ruhan. There's a 20-point gap difference between the two. Karthik and Chandrasekhar there stalled for a moment, started in the top 3 as far as the grid was concerned, but in fact, yes, he started at P3. But he's dropped down as well, so not a very good start for him. Jaden continuing to lead as we enter into lap number 4. Another 8 laps remaining after this. Naeem Rizvi is in 4th. Joel Joseph will be rather okay with him being 5th at the moment, although he would want to put some pressure on Naeem Rizvi. The gap between the two is just 0.215 seconds. That's the garage of team DTS Racing.
Oh yes, but this is going to be an interesting battle. Jaden Parriott has a go, and Ruhan Alva, can he hold on? Yes, he does. Just by the skin of his teeth, he's holding on to that race lead.
He's overtaken Jaden Parriott there as Ruhan Alva, so
he had overtaken him. Jaden tried to make a comeback of sorts, tried to take the lead back, but Ruhan held his racing line and therefore stays in the lead.
And now
trouble there for Jaden Parriott. I think his car's been done in. Ruhan Alva's car still running. The two teammates, their cars colliding, and Jaden Parriott has got his car running as well. Adit Parashar takes advantage and moves into second. This is what happened.
Some damage to Ruhan Alva's car as well. The back right has taken a slight hit, while Jaden Parriott, although lucky enough to be back in the race, he's dropped down to 6th now from being in the top 2. Coming in on the inside was Jaden Parriott on that occasion, trying to make that move. But unfortunately, the teammates collided. Ruhan Alva went on to take the lead, while Jaden from first and second position that the two were exchanging is dropped down to 6th. And that's played well for Adit Parashar, who's now in second. Naeem Rizvi is in third at the moment. Joel Joseph won't complain. He's moved up to 4th. And Aman Nagdev, he would want to be among points as well. He's in 5th. And this would be very, very disappointing. You can see the damage on Ruhan Alva's car. Is that going to have an effect? And that again, Karthik and Chandrasekhar missing corner 1, coming through the tyre barricades on that occasion. You can see the back of Ruhan Alva's car, the slight difference is the chip that's come off, and it's slightly dented the other side of the car.
I think it's not a lot of damage. It may be damaged aesthetically. You know, if you see the damage to the right of the car, you can see there's a flap on the outer body that seems to be just jutting a little loose. But I think technically there's not much that has happened to the car. Cars probably come off all right after that incident. I wonder if it's the same case for Jayden Parriott though.
Oh, it certainly has come out all right. It's put in the fastest lap of the race there. And again, Jayden now trying to make his moves. He's moved up from 6th to 5th now as he challenges Joel Joseph. The fastest lap from Ruhan Alva after that incident, 1 minute 17.994 seconds. So clearly nothing wrong with the car as far as the aerodynamics and the speed is concerned. He's pulling away is Ruhan Alva to make it yet another win. 5 laps done. We're 7 laps remaining in this race. That's the race leader, Ruhan Alva, by a fair distance, about a couple of seconds between him and Adit Parashar. Naeem Rizvi, another M Sport racer who is in 3rd. Now Jayden Parriott has got his task cut out. Can he get back into one of those podium positions? That's going to be a challenge for him after that little incident. From 2nd, he dropped down to 6th. He's already moved up to 5th and did try and get ahead of Joel Joseph. We'll get that confirmation in a moment as they cross the start-finish line. There, Ruhan Alva. Again, another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 17.950. So clearly, with every passing lap, he's shaving off something. And Jayden Parriott has, in fact, overtaken Joel Joseph. Joel Joseph has been overtaken by Aman Nagdev as well. So Jayden is now moved up to 4th. Naeem Rizvi is 3rd. Adit Parashar in 2nd. And Ruhan Alva is clocking the fastest lap after lap.
So Team DTS Racing will be a little disappointed to see Joel Joseph drop positions. He's driving for that team, is the lad from Tripunantara. But no problems for Ruhan Alva. He's clocking in some good lap times. Previous lap time of 1 minute 17.950 seconds. I think a good recovery for Adit Parashar as well. You have to say Adit, remember, was involved in an incident in the previous race. Wasn't able to finish, so he's done pretty well as the lad from New Delhi drives for hastened performance.
I'd like to keep an eye out on that battle between Jayden Parriott and Naeem Rizvi, because for a fraction of a moment in one of the other cameras, another angle, we saw that there was that contest going on with Jayden trying to make that overtaking maneuver on Naeem Rizvi. We'll just get that confirmation once again as they pass the start-finish line. Ruhan Alva is leading, Adit Parashar coming in 2nd, and now will it be Naeem Rizvi or will it be Jayden Parriott? Well, it does look like it is Naeem. Jayden coming in 4th, Aman Nagdev 5th, and Joel Joseph remains in 6th. That's the battle, car number 9 and car number 5 I was talking about. Way ahead of the pack is the race leader, Ruhan Alva. These are the two M Sport you just saw fighting for the 3rd and the 4th spot.
Well, we're now 7 laps into the race, into the 8th, 7 down into the 8th. It's supposed to be a 12-lap race, so almost 2/3 of the race will be over once this lap ends.
And now Jayden making his move on the outside, trying to overtake Naeem Rizvi. Now on the inside from that turn, and he's done it. He's moved up to 3rd as Jayden Parriott. This is tremendous recovery from the young lad. After that incident, he dropped down as far below as 6th, and he's now in one of the podium places. Remember, this is a 12-lap race, so they have another extra 2 laps. Will Jayden now push and try and close that gap between himself and Adit Parashar and possibly try and make it an M Sport 1-2?
Well, it looks difficult because the gap between Adit and Naeem Rizvi is still of about 4.5 seconds. So that's Adit Parashar, who's in 2nd. Race leaders Ruhan Alva in car number 27. And the gap has now gone up to about 7 seconds between Ruhan Alva and Adit Parashar. It's come down to under 4 seconds between Adit Parashar and Jayden Parriott for the 2nd spot.
And they've got 4 laps remaining, Raman, so certainly this is going to be exciting as far as Jayden Parriott trying to chase down Adit Parashar is concerned. Ruhan Alva is having no such trouble at all, despite a slight damage to the aesthetics of his car. He's pulling it off and he's just running away from the rest of the pack with ease. Now, the last lap that Adit put in was 1 minute 20.008 seconds, while Jayden's last lap was 1 minute 18.675. So he's shaving off that gap there was between himself and Adit Parashar. The battle certainly seems to be on. And dare I say, once we get into those final 2 to 3 laps, this could be a lot closer between Adit Parashar and Jaden Parrott. He's stretching that lead is Ruhan Alva coming through that final corner onto that straight towards the start-finish line to the end of lap number 9. Another 3 laps remaining after this for Ruhan Alva.
The interesting part is the fastest lap of the race came in lap 6, where Ruhan Alva clocked a time of 1 minute 17.950, which till now is the fastest lap time. No other driver has done a lap time of under 1 minute and 18 seconds except Ruhan.
And Jaden Parrott has shaved off another 1.5 seconds of the difference between himself and Adit Parashar. So certainly it is lining up for a terrific finish for the 2nd and 3rd spot, while Naeem Rizvi continues to chase Jaden Parrott, and Naeem is chased by Aman Nagdev. Well ahead of the rest of the pack, Ruhan Alva more than 8 seconds ahead of his nearest challenger, that's Adit Parashar. Now look at that, that's Adit, that's Jaden Parrott. At a point in time the gap between the two was 4 seconds, now it's 2.400, so that's just under 2.5 seconds with another 2 laps to go after this one. And the previous lap, if you look at that, the timings for Adit were 1 minute 20.076, while for Jaden it was 1 minute 18.486. So that's a 1.5 seconds quicker than Adit Parashar's. Coming into the end of lap number 10 now, Ruhan Alva, a clear leader, 9.5 seconds between them, and now the gap between Adit and Jaden is under 1.5 seconds. So with every passing lap, it's 1 second that close to 1 second that has been shaved off, and now with 2 seconds, 2 laps remaining, and the gap being under 2 seconds, this is certainly lining up for a terrific finish for 2nd and 3rd.
Oh yes, absolutely. Adit Parashar from New Delhi driving for Eastern Performance. Can he hold on to that spot? Naeem Rizvi meanwhile has held off the challenge that's been put his way by Aman Nagdev. So he's holding on to that 4th spot as Naeem Rizvi, the other driver from Team M Sport. But are we in for another challenge here? Are we in for another interesting finish? Not for the top spot, which seems to be going Ruhan Alva's way. For that 2nd place, can Jaden Parrott come back and overtake Adit Parashar?
That's the contest that we're eagerly keeping an eye out for through the other cameras as well. Coming through final corner of the penultimate lap, Ruhan Alva, the race leader, in fact comfortably leading the race, and then followed by the others. 11 laps done, and now look at that, he's so frustrated is Jaden Parrott, because he just could not do that at the very last moment.
Remember, we had the extra formation lap, and I said it right before the start of the race. The moment you're having an extra formation lap from the 12-lap race, it could very well become an 11-lap race, and that's exactly what happened. An 11-lap race, which is why Jaden Parrott so very disappointed that that was the final lap and he couldn't go ahead and overtake Adit Parashar.
Well, he did try very well, didn't he? The young man was about 4.5 seconds behind Adit Parashar, and by the end of that race, that gap was just half a second. So, big up for Jaden Parrott for the effort that he's put in. But in the end, it was yet another race win for Ruhan Alva, with Adit Parashar taking 2nd place on the podium. And Jaden Parrott, as frustrated as he may be, he'll have to settle for the 3rd spot. Wonderful race as far as the young lads are concerned, with Ruhan Alva starting as back as P13 to go on and win the race. And then you have the lights of Adit Parashar from P5 finishing 2nd, and Jaden Parrott from P8 ended up with a 3rd place finish in the race. Disappointment for the likes of Dhruv Soma, Karthik and Chandrasekhar, and the others, including Naeem Rizvi. He was in the top 6, although he did have a good start. Naeem. Dhruv Soma had lost the race lead by the time half of the first lap was done, and just couldn't capitalize on his starting position. Remember, P1 Anvahem Rajani did not participate in this race, so effectively it was Dhruv Soma who was at P1 and Karthik and Chandrasekhar at P2. But in the end, that's the confirmation on your screen at the bottom left. Ruhan Alva went on to win the race. Terrific effort from him. Adit Parashar coming in 2nd, and Jaden Parrott taking the third place on the podium. So going through the mandatory weighbridge, all the participants. Naeem Rizvi, not on the podium, amongst points, that's for sure. So what a race we've had. Before we head to the presentation ceremony, we'll take a very quick short break.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wide at heart. JK Tyre, total control. They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
Radhan, welcome back to the coverage of round 3 of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship, the 24th edition. These are the highlights of the race we've just seen. That is of the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Disappointing start for Dhruv Soma, who started at P2, effectively P1, with the P1 driver Anwar Hemrajani not taking part. But by the end of lap number 1, it was Ruhan Alva who had started as way back as P13 to go on and take the race lead. Tremendous effort from Ruhan Alva to go on and take the race lead. Some of the young novice drivers not braking at the right time on corner 1. Adit Parashar was also in the mix of things, putting a bit of pressure on the others to try and move up. But Ruhan Alva continued and stayed well ahead of the chasing pack. Big difference between himself and the others. Remember, we had an extra formation lap in this race. That meant that the 12-lap race was stripped down to an 11-lap race, and in the end you can see the frustration on Jaden Parrott's face. He tried, but in the end had to settle for third. Adit Parashar coming in second, and that's your race winner, Ruhan Alva. So we're done with 7 races in this weekend. It's time for the grand finale, the final race, and that will be the LGB Formula 4 final race of round 3. Excellent stuff from Ruhan Alva to go on and take the race lead, and then the win. Frustration for Jaden Parrott. As you see, Jaden there on the podium, the second runners-up position. There's Adit Parashar coming in second. And your race winner has made it a very, very good habit of finishing at the top of the podium. And that is Ruhan Alva, making it 8 race wins out of 9. The 9th one he won, but was given a 10-second penalty and resulted in finishing in the 13th position. Tremendous from the young man who started at P13 to go on and take the checkered flag. Commendable effort. Moves up to 80 points as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. 46 for Jaden Parrott. So the gap between the two is 24. We got another 3 races in the final round. That's possible. 30 points up for grabs. It looks like mathematically still can be beaten, but it looks like he's got the championship sealed. As far as the JK Tyre Novice Cup is concerned, has Ruhan Alva. So delighted with the result is Adit Parashar. Obviously is Ruhan Alva, but you can see the frustration on Jaden Parrott's face, who's got the 3rd cap on his head. He's not happy. But now quickly, after the prize distribution, we'll go down to the presentation area where Raman Banod is there to catch up with the race winners.
Passion runs high when you're on the racetrack, and that's exactly what we saw in that previous race. A hard-fought 3rd place finish for Jaden Parrott. Jaden, we could see disappointment writ large on your face. You were banging your fists on that steering wheel while you came down that finish. Lots happened in the race.
Yeah, I tried to keep Ruhan behind, but yeah, I didn't get space for the last move when we had contact. Coming up the last corner, I had set up the other driver for to overtake him, but yeah, I was alongside. I was actually ahead, but yeah, I didn't engage the clutch properly, so the gear didn't go in. So I missed the shift basically. Yeah.
But you really did reel in Adit for most part of those final 2 or 3 laps. Another lap, maybe who knows, the story might have been different. But what a great comeback and a podium finish.
Thank you.
Well done. Adit, quick chat with you. Congratulations, a podium finish. 2nd place finish must have left you and your team Hasten Performance delighted.
Yeah, we're very happy. He made it really hard at the final corner, that final shift that confirmed the win, but oh my God, that was
quite a topsy-turvy grid this, and you know, a lot of challenges having to come past some of the other mid-pack guys who got a chance in the front row and the 2nd row.
I knew I was faster than them. I was going for the lead. I took the lead as well, but these guys, I don't know how they clear the grid so fast. Next corner, he was right there.
Made it challenging.
In a chain they take by, and they took me, but I was happy with 3rd as well because I had a very hard weekend last time around. But the collision gave me 2nd. I'm happy.
Savor the moment.
I am, man.
Especially after what happened in the previous race.
Bad run last time around. I've had a hard couple of races, so this helps me out.
Savor the moment. Have a quick chat with Ruhan. Ruhan, you had to make your way through the grid. I think started off on P13. In the end, notching up another race win.
Yeah, the first lap was really good for me. I made up like 10, 11 positions. So that was crucial. And after that, I had a good fight with Jaden. Sadly, both of us had contact in the 2nd last corner and he spun. But other than that, it was a pretty good race.
Just talk us through that little moment, that little incident, because it did, for a moment, we were wondering in the comm box that it might set both you and your teammate off.
Yeah, I felt that I had to defend the corner and I did. But mid-corner, we had a contact and his wreck lined my car. But luckily I was able to continue, but sadly he was not.
Well, savor the moment, savor the win.
Yeah.
That's Ruhan Alva for you, ladies and gentlemen. Notches up another race win here in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. We have got one more race to come, and that is the Formula LGB 4 category race. It's over to Karthikeya Sinha in the comm box.
Thank you, Raman. Yes, ready for the final race of the weekend, the big one, the LGB Formula 4. The cars are all lined up on the grid. A couple of them are missing. We will have them join. As you can see in the background, a few of them taking that final lap and coming to join up on the grid. It is a dark dawn 1-2 as far as the front position is concerned. In fact, P1, 2 and 3 will be dark dawns. That is something that they will be delighted about and would want to work in their favor. We talk about the first 5 cars. 4 are dark dawns with Ashwin Datta also there. That's Arya Singh, who starts at P1. Arya has had a good weekend. In fact, the last weekend too had a few good results. Not very far away from the start of this race. Things certainly heating up as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. That's the defending champion on your screen, Sandeep Kumar. He's also in the mix of things as far as the race for the Drivers' Championship this season is concerned. Obviously led by Vishnu Prasad, the Drivers' Championship at the moment. Vishnu starts way back in P11, so it's a good opportunity for Sandeep Kumar to go on and grab a few more points than Vishnu to get closer to Vishnu in the Champions League. Now, we've got Raman Banot at the tracks now before we have the start of the race very quickly. We'll see if he can catch up with a few drivers and see what they're feeling before the start of the race. Over to you, Raman.
To get the masks off and get into race action mode, because this is the final race of the day of round 3. 5 minutes and thereabouts to go. It's still bright and sunny. Remember, there was a forecast of about 55% chance of rain today in Coimbatore. We were hoping rain would stay away, and it has. And we've seen a full day of racing to make up for the lost race of yesterday as well. This is going to be the final race of the day. It's the Formula LGB4 category. Starting off on pole position is the young Arya Singh. He's notched up, remember, a race win yesterday in tough and trying conditions. Gets a chance on pole position. Lots of focus writ large on his face.
Yeah.
So how's the prep for this race?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I just have to do what I did yesterday. Started first, finished first, and I'm hoping to do the same today.
Go well.
Thank you.
He's got all the focus going. That's the reason why you can see him very tight-lipped, just trying to keep his thoughts to himself, keep the focus going. On P2, it's going to be the seasoned Sandeep Kumar. And once again, the domination returns on the front row for Team Dark Dawn Racing. The championship's hotting up as well, Sandeep.
Yeah, I think the championship is becoming very tight now because everyone's having good and bad races. So yeah, point collection is very, very crucial at this point of the season now.
Go well. I'm sure we'll have lots of permutation combinations to consider once this race gets to an end. Thanks so much for speaking with us. Defending champ there, Sandeep Kumar. He's got his focus going. Once again on P3, it's another Dark Dawn Racing driver who notches up the position on P3, and that is another seasoned campaigner, Diljit TS. Diljit, previous race, interesting results thrown up with young Amir notching up another race win. It's kind of made the championship fight with Vishnu Prasad much more intriguing.
Yeah, definitely, because now everyone are pretty close to each other in the championship. So let's see how this race goes, because everything depends on each point. So everyone are focusing to get as much as points as possible.
Go well. We've just got under 3 minutes before these drivers head out for the formation lap. It's over to race action coming your way.
So just about 3 minutes before the start of the final race of round 3. It's been a terrific weekend. Well, all our prayers have been answered. We knew that it's going to be a forecast of rain on Sunday. We all prayed that please stay away the clouds, and that's exactly what's happened. The prayers have been answered after all the downpour and rescheduling of yesterday. It has been a terrific day of racing. We've had 5 races already. Tremendous, exciting, thrilling races right till the very end. And now it's the time for the final race of round 3 in the 24th JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship at the Kari Motorspeedway in Coimbatore. That's the grid, the starting grid. Arya Singh starting at P1, Sandeep Kumar at P2, Diljit TS at P3, Amir Saeed at P4, Ashwin Datta at P5, Mohammad Rayan at P6, Raghul Rangasamy at P7, Anushya Gulati at P8, you had Meera Erda at P9, Tijal Rao at P10, Vishnu Prasad way back in P11, Bala Prasad in P12, Chirag Ghorpade in P13, Mehul Agarwal P14, Mohit Adrian will start at P15, then you got Deepak Ravi Kumar in P16, Shrey Diwan in P17, Sarosh Hataria in P18, Ashok Lal P19, Yokeshwaran Krishnavelu in P20, and Bashir starting at P21. So dominance of Dark Dawn returns at the starting grid. 4 Dark Dawns in the top 5 as they go off for the formation lap. Will be a 15-lap race, as it is always in the LGB Formula 4 category. Raman spoke to Sandeep about how the race for the Drivers' Championship is heating up. This is about, I think, if I'm correct, a 4-point gap between Vishnu and Sandeep himself. Vishnu starts way back in P11, while Sandeep starts in the front row. So a good result for Sandeep Kumar and a not so good result for Vishnu. And in fact, not a podium place for Vishnu. We'll see Sandeep overtake Vishnu Prasad as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Very, very interesting things have been laid out here. We had a very thrilling Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup race. We had a very thrilling Novice Cup race a few moments ago. And this one promises to be a thriller as well. And while we're talking about all the Dark Dawns and Vishnu Prasad, the championship leader, there is this young man who's in the mix, starting at P4, Amir Saeed. We'll keep an eye out on him as well. Very, very talented, an excellent racer, got a race win earlier today, and he'd be hoping to make it to today with Amir Saeed. He's already got a race win in the previous round as well. He's also in the mix of things as far as being in the top 3 and challenging for top honours in the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Keep an eye out on car number 23. That's Amir Saeed, the lad from Kottayam, Kerala, driving for Ahura Racing. So 4 Dark Dawns in top 5. Will they make it count? Will they make the numbers count? We'll get to know in about 20-25 minutes from now. We have all the Dark Dawns up ahead, and then there's a swarm of yellow bees in the likes of Meera Erda, Bala Prasad, Vishnu Prasad, and then Mehul Agarwal as well, all M Sport, Raghul Rangasamy and Mohammad Rayan in P7 and P6 respectively for M Sport. The final race about to commence. 15 laps of high octane action coming your way. Off goes lights and off they go. It's a decent start for Arya Singh. It's a decent start for Diljit TS as well. And now it looks like it will be a 1, 2, 3 for Dark Dawn as they come through towards corner 1. Raghul Rangasamy in the background making some good ground coverage. Vishnu also has a very, very good start as they come through corner 1, 2 without any problem at all and without any damage to either of the cars. As we have Arya Singh now, who is leading the race. It is a decent start for Arya. Remember, started at P1. Could very easily, get carried away with the fact that you are P1. But when Raman, you spoke to Arya Singh, he looked dead focused and he knew what needs to be done. And now, Amir Saeed making the move on Diljit TS. Can the experienced Diljit TS hold him off? No, it doesn't seem so. For the moment, it is Amir Saeed who's moved up ahead of Diljit TS. There's pressure from Ashwin Datta as well. Ashwin's in the mix of things, right behind Diljit TS. That's your race leader, Arya Singh, car number 10, comfortably ahead, followed by Sandeep Kumar. Then there is Amir Saeed, Diljit TS, Ashwin Datta, and then you got the couple of M Sport of Mohammad Ryan and Ragul Rangasamy as well. In fact, Ragul is ahead of Mohammad Ryan on that occasion. Seemed like a decent start for Vishnu Prasad as well. We'll very quickly get the confirmation as they come through that start-finish line. It is Arya Singh leading, Sandeep second, Amir Saeed third, Diljit TS fourth, Ashwin Datta fifth, and yes, Ragul has overtaken Mohammad Ryan to move up to sixth.
What will be interesting to see is what Vishnu Prasad does. Remember, he started off way back on the grid, and he is the championship leader in terms of driver standings. And Vishnu Prasad started off on P11. He's in car number 6, remember, so got to keep an eye out on him. Where does he finish this race? Because it all opens up. Given the result, Arya Singh, having got a race win under his belt yesterday in tough and trying conditions, I think he's high on confidence as well, Karthika.
Certainly, and there's this great battle going on between Amir Saeed and Diljit TS. Diljit obviously pushing as hard as he can, and Amir Saeed doing the best he can to try and fend off that challenge. Arya Singh has moved up about a second or so ahead of Sandeep Kumar, and both of them are about a couple of seconds ahead of their nearest challenger in Amir Saeed. But the gap between Amir Saeed and Diljit TS is about 1/100th of a second, 0.138, and he certainly won't let that go. Diljit TS, he's that kind of a character, and we see a few yellow cars in the backdrop. Has it that Vishnu's had a decent start from P11? He's moved up to at least, let's say, in the running is about 9 or 8, and that gives him a decent chance.
Remember, he had the likes of Meera Erda, Tijil Rao ahead of him. There was also Anushriya Gulati, who started off on P8. So the two girls, I think a great talking story about this race was the two girls on the grid, Anushriya Gulati starting off on P8, Meera Erda starting off on P9. Anushriya Gulati has already notched up points in the overall championship so far. Oh, the problems here. This was a little spin for Yogeshwar and Krishnavalu.
I moved from M Sport to Aura Racing, did Yogeshwar. When he was in M Sport, used to call him Yo-Yo. That's what they all called him back in the old day, but now he's moved up to Aura. Fortunes haven't seemed to be changed too much, despite the change in the team. Just a little spin for him, luckily back racing. That's the race leader, Arya Singh. Has had a good weekend as Arya, and he'd be hoping to keep that now. There's a difference of about 3 places between Sandeep Kumar, who's in second at the moment, and Vishnu Prasad. Then it will be Sandeep who will overtake Vishnu as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Now, from the looks of things, it does look like Amir Saeed continues to be second, Diljit is third, and followed by Sandeep, followed by Ashwin, Ragul, Mohammad Ryan, and I have a feeling that that third car, the yellow car, is of Vishnu Prasad, so he's moved up to 7th, but that's what we can gauge. I'm not very sure. We'll get you that confirmation very quickly.
Fastest lap for Arya Singh was the third lap, 1 minute 17.273 seconds, which has been the fastest from him. Vishnu currently running 8th behind Raghu Rangasamy and his teammate Mohammad Ryan. So there are 3 M Sport cars in 6, 7 and 8. 3 Dark Dawn, in fact 4 Dark Dawn racing cars in the top 5 as you see them come around. This is of course Amir Saeed, who's locked in a battle with Diljit TS. Amir Saeed in car number 23. As we see the cars coming around the final bend onto the start-finish straight.
Now Arya Singh and Sandeep have opened up a decent gap. This is the straight, and that's the corner 1, 2 and 3 where Diljit TS will try and make his move and try and overtake Amir Saeed. Amir Saeed is having none of it. He's maintaining very good lines, but constant pressure. We were talking about 0.138 seconds, the gap between Amir Saeed and Diljit TS. Right now it's 0.066 seconds. That's the gap. That's how close it is for that third place finish.
And also less than half a second separates Diljit and Ashwin Datta, who's caught up with his teammates. So I think that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th really hotting up.
And in fact, you can include Raghul as well in there in 6th, because he's also further half a second, just half a second behind Ashwin Datta. So certainly this will be very, very interesting for the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. And not far behind Raghul is Mohammad Ryan, and also not far behind Mohammad Ryan is Vishnu Prasad. So, you know, one slightest mistake from either of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th could end up being disastrous and letting the others pass by. No problem at all for Arya Singh and Sandeep Kumar, who opened up a decent gap between themselves and the rest of the chasing pack. The real intense battle happens from 3rd place onwards. Race leader coming in through corner 1 of lap number 6.
This, remember, is of course lap number 6. So there are 15 laps in all to be done in this race. So we're just 1/3 of the way down, and there's lots of drama that can still unfold. For the moment, though, I think there's a huge gap of about 2.5 seconds. A stranded car on the racetrack, and that looks to be the car of Sarosh Hataria. Yes, car number 42 of Sarosh, the team principal for Team Ahura Racing, once again finds himself at the wrong end of the stick.
So now going on with the race lead, and now Vishnu has moved up ahead of Mohammad Ryan. So Vishnu Prasad is now in 7th. That indeed is car number 42 of Sarosh Hataria, the local lad from Coimbatore, and his race has ended prematurely. The yellow flag certainly will be out because Sarosh's car is dead right in the center of the track. He very quickly took evasive action, ran out, and this got out of the way of the cars that were coming in. The race leader Arya Singh coming to the end of lap number 6. Yes, the safety car will be deployed, and now this certainly will be exciting for Vishnu Prasad, who now has an opportunity to catch up with the others. Arya Singh will feel, hang on, had that lead, has gone away in a fraction of a second.
And I think this will give a great opportunity to young Amir Saeed as well to catch up with the front two. You know, I thought that Arya Singh had done so well to pull away from the pack. Now you'll see all that lead getting evaporated. Sandeep Kumar is in 2nd. So you'll also see young Amir Saeed get closer to the two Dark Dawn racing cars, because they'll all bunch up now behind the safety car. No overtaking allowed, all right, but the gap in terms of seconds, the 2.5 second gap between the race leader and the 2nd place car, or the 4 second gap between the race leader and Amir Saeed, who's in 3rd, that gap's gone.
It certainly is, and it also now gives the opportunity to the likes of Diljit TS to put pressure on young Amir Saeed. Amir only in his debut season in the LGB Formula 4. He'd be feeling the heat with the experienced Diljit TS hot on his tails. Then you obviously have the likes of Raghul and the Valial customer and Vishnu Prasad chasing the pack as well. So all in all, you know, we're at a point when it seemed like the top two had gotten away from the rest of the pack. The safety car has come out and it certainly added some spice, acted like Salt Bay in this race, and now it got some flavor for the remaining few laps as Sarosh Hataria's car has been towed away by the crane. I think the safety car is going as slow as possible, so that this will probably be the only lap that is behind the safety car. And we hope so too, you know, though we don't want lap after lap being wasted behind the safety car. We're here for high octane speed and racing action, and hope we get that as much as possible. Well, it does seem that the crane has towed the car away. Now, will the light of the safety car go off? That's a clear indicator that that's it, the safety car is heading into the pits. It has picked up some speed as the safety car, so it does look like that it will dive into the pits. And now how will the front 8 or front 7 deal with this start? Arya Singh will have to set the marker. He's doing very well to slow all of them. I think from the turn now that they'll take is when he'll pick up that speed and try and zoom up ahead of the others. Will he be allowed to do so as the safety car, as you can see, goes back into the pits? And well, he's still continuing to slow the things down now, and probably try and take it on the straight. Will Arya Singh, and yes, they have now picked up speed. Arya Singh continuing to lead. He will be under pressure from the rest of the crew. That is Sandeep Kumar in 2nd. Amir Saeed in third. Amir is now trying to come in on the outside to try and make his overtaking move. But I don't think he will be successful. Now he does try and make his move over Sandeep Kumar. Sandeep, while going wide, and will that allow Diljit TS to come up ahead of Amir Saeed? And yes, it does. Diljit on the inside wrestles back. The third place is now a dark dawn 1, 2, 3 at the moment, with Amir Saeed dropping down to fourth and Ashwin Datta in fifth.
Well, that was a brave move attempted by Amir Saeed. He tried to take the initially the outside line, then tried to dart in as the cars came in from C1. That little error of going wide on the curb opened the door for Diljit to go past him. The results will get updated at the end of this lap, but I can assure you it's Amir Saeed who's running fourth now. Diljit TS is third.
And Amir Saeed will now be facing the heat from Ashwin Datta, because Ashwin, remember, got a podium finish. He's got, as they say, blood. He's got the taste of blood. He wants to be there as well. And he's already looking to make his moves, is Ashwin Datta. And Arya Singh continues to lead the race. Started at P1. It has been like that throughout for him. There will be pressure from the following three yellow bees of Raghul, Vishnu Prasad and Mohammad Rayan as well. So that's the confirmation. Diljit TS has moved up to third. Arya Singh continues to lead. Sandeep is in second. Amir Saeed drops down to third. The red car that you see on the screen, very closely followed by Ashwin Datta. Ashwin Datta, well, he didn't have a very good first round. Was clearly disappointed. Had a fairly decent second round, and now he's got a podium place here too. So all in all, things looking brighter for him.
And he's also got to do the dual task. He's also staving off the challenge from the M Sport cars that are piling up behind him. The three yellow M Sport cars that are right behind the silver Dark Dawn.
There seemed to be some damage to the nose of Arya Singh's car, although it was like that before the race started. It was taped up and clearly not making any difference to the performance of his car, as we have Diljit TS, who's I think, if I'm correct, put in his fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 17.955. That's his fastest lap in the race, with the three silver arrows, as I call them, leading the way, with Arya Singh coming in first, Sandeep second, Diljit TS third. That's the three silver arrows. Amir Saeed fourth, Ashwin Datta fifth. Vishnu Prasad has now moved up to sixth. He's overtaken Mohammad Rayan and Raghu Rangasamy. And I think, if I'm correct, in the background you can see Tijil Rao also making his moves. He's now hot on the heels of Mohammad Rayan. Will Mohammad Rayan be able to hold him off?
I think he's also overtaken Ashwin Datta as well, Karthikeya. I think Vishnu Prasad has currently moved into fifth. We'll take a quick look at that when the cars come around. But you'll see it's Amir Saeed, the red car, is followed by the yellow of Vishnu Prasad. So Vishnu is currently in fifth. Ashwin Datta has been pushed back to sixth. There you can see a confirmation of the same.
Well, certainly terrific from Vishnu Prasad. Remember, starting from P11, he's moved up into the top 5. And we already have just about another 5 laps remaining after this one. So that tells you he still has time to close the gap between himself and Sandeep Kumar. Remember, if he finishes within 2 places, then he's all right. But if it's more than that, then Sandeep overtakes him in the Drivers' Championship. That's how close this category is. And there you see the yellow car in fifth. That is Vishnu Prasad. Although still a bit of a distance behind Amir Saeed. Arya Singh, your race leader so far. Sandeep Kumar in second, Diljit third. And there's about a second and a half the gap between Vishnu Prasad and Amir Saeed, while Amir has clocked the his fastest lap. That's 1 minute 17.477 seconds compared to Vishnu's 1 minute 18.654. So clearly just about a second faster than Vishnu Prasad is Amir Saeed here. Very, very interesting how that battle pans out, because Ashwin Datta is not very far behind Vishnu either. 0.179 seconds. That's the difference between 5th and 6th. He's now sandwiched between the two M Sport, reminding me of some good old days.
Yes, this of course is Vishnu Prasad, Ashwin Datta, and then Raghu Rangasamy. That's the combination in the mid-pack. This is the race leader, Arya Singh. And I'd be really delighted to see someone like Arya Singh get another race win. He's a young lad. He's shown a lot of focus. Yesterday won a race in tough conditions when it was raining. The track was wet, and in those wet conditions he notched up a race win. I think it'll do his confidence a world of good if he comes away with another race win in this round. This is the battle that Karthikeya was talking about, those yellow, silver and yellows. Keep a track of what's happening. There's some problems here for car number 8, and that belongs to Mohit Aryan of Avalanche Racing.
That seems to be the end of the race for Mohit Aryan, yes. And you can see a bit of smoke coming out. And I don't think it's anything to do with the fire, but also, you know, the temperatures that the engines are running on. It's probably more of heat, and heat combining with the humidity here. That's why you can see those, I won't say smoke, but those little steam stemming out of the back of his car. No problem for Arya Singh. He continues to lead, and Amir Saeed is not giving up, that's for sure. He's not giving up. He's putting continuous pressure on Diljit TS. Hands are up. The yellow flag has been waved, fluttered, and it is out. Will the safety car come out or not? That's something we'll have to wait and watch. And this, then, yes, the safety car will be deployed. 10 laps done. We're into lap number 11. Arya Singh continues to lead with Sandeep Kumar coming in second, Diljit TS third, Amir Saeed fourth, Vishnu Prasad fifth, Ashwin Datta sixth. And well, if I'm correct, does it look like that Ashwin Datta has taken the 5th spot back from Vishnu Prasad? Well, at the moment it does seem like he has so that gives some breathing space to the likes of Sandeep Kumar and Diljit TS, along with obviously the race leader Arya Singh. Now the safety car is out. We probably have 1 lap behind it. This is lap number 11 that's going on. Once again, all the good work done by Arya Singh and Sandeep Kumar has been wiped away. That one incident as Mohit Aryan smashed into the side railing. He's obviously his race has come to an end, but that's brought the safety car out. Now again, the tactics of how you start will be key for not just Arya Singh, but for the other 2 or 3 Dark Dawns that are following. Because that gives Ashwin Datta a chance now to have a go at Amir Saeed, gives Amir Saeed a chance to have a go at Diljit TS. And Vishnu, obviously, you can't rule him out.
Of course, and they're trying to get the recovery crews, trying to make sure that they can get Mohit Aryan's car away from that portion of the track as soon as possible. A lot of times you'd say that the car is not on the track, so why should we stop the race? But the fact is the car is at a corner, which is a high-risk corner, wherein cars coming in at high speed run the risk of going off the track and onto the gravel, and they could be colliding with the car where it's parked, even though it's not on the track but off the gravel, which is the reason why you can see those tire barricades that have been set up in front of the steel barricades, because that is a high-speed corner. Cars come in at high speed going into that corner, and therefore before the metal barricades you've got these rubber tires placed there to ensure that even if a car runs off the track onto the gravel, it doesn't collide straight with the steel barrier. There is some insulation of the rubber tires before that.
Very well explained there, and it seems that with, obviously you can see in the bottom of the screen, the crane has taken the car away. That means it could be, possibly just could be, the final lap behind the safety car. We'll get that confirmation in a minute. As you see that safety car coming in through the final corner, will it go straight or will it take that left? And it does take that left. That means we're back on with racing action. It's all on Arya Singh now, how he starts the race, and possibly just after this left is when they will have a right go. Arya Singh, yes, he started that, pulling away Arya, followed by Sandeep. Then we've got Diljit TS, Amir Saeed. Final 2 laps remaining. It is, the race has a green flag. That means go all out in the final 2 laps and get that win. Sandeep Kumar going in for second at the moment. Coming in on the outside was Amir Saeed, but Diljit TS making sure that there was no way ahead for that young man. Now Ashwin Datta also will be putting some pressure on Arya Singh. Vishnu Prasad is always in the mix till the very end. And look at that picturesque Kari Motorspeedway. Brilliant bird's eye view. We're into lap number 14, the penultimate lap.
This is the crucial moment, a moment of reckoning. This could be the time that young Amir Saeed would say, I have to give it all, and let's see what happens. maybe the same thought would be going through the mind of Vishnu Prasad as well, who's running behind Ashwin Datta. So he'd be thinking maybe this is the time to give it all. And you might just see the extra risk being taken by those two drivers.
Well, no risk needed for R.A. Singh and Sandeep Kumar. R.A. Singh at a second or so ahead of Sandeep. Sandeep ahead of Diljit TS. There's a battle, a proper intense battle. You can sense the intensity of that battle between Amir Saeed and Diljit TS. And also Vishnu Prasad right hot on the heels of Ashwin Datta. He's certainly someone who'd want to close that gap between himself and Sandeep. Vishnu at the moment is 6th, Sandeep is 2nd, and if it stays like this, it will be Sandeep who will be in the Drivers' Championship lead at the moment as we come through towards this is the final lap now with R.A. Singh leading. Sandeep has dropped down to 3rd with Diljit CS. He's taken up the 3rd spot, and Amir Saeed has lost the nose of his car. You can see that the nose of the car is hanging on the side, and that certainly will cause him problem. He'd be better off if that nose falls off, because that will be now causing a lot of drag.
I also wonder if that becomes a safety issue for the car behind him. So that's another cause of concern, Karthike. You talked about the nose falling off. If it does, it could very well end up endangering a car coming right behind him. So I wonder what the call of the stewards is now. He's lost the nose of his car. He's also been overtaken by Ashwin Datta, and I think Vishnu Prasad's gone ahead of him as well.
So Vishnu's moved up to 4th. Ashwin is in 5th, and Amir Saeed is dropped down to 6th. So if this stands like this, and my math serves me right, Sandeep Kumar and Vishnu Prasad will be tied right at the top, tied for points at the championship. As they come through the final corner, it is R.A. Singh who's leading the race. R.A. Singh will take the checkered flag. A terrific weekend for young R.A. Singh. Sandeep Kumar will come in 3rd, and now it is Sandeep who takes 2nd, and Diljit TS will have to stay content with 3rd. Vishnu from P11 takes 4th. Ashwin comes in 5th, and this is a terrific weekend turning out to be for Dark Dawn. Another Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 with R.A. Singh taking the checkered flag. Tremendous from Dark Dawn. Ashwin Datta probably be the one who'd be disappointed a bit, allowing Vishnu to pass by, as he had that opportunity to overtake Amir Saeed and get a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3, 4, if that is a thing. But on the podium, it's still a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. Excellent as far as the team is concerned. And you can see that. That means that's the end of racing action, although we do have a prize ceremony lined up for this race.
What a fantastic race for young lad Arya Singh. I think credit just the way he's performed. Remember, had a race win in race 1 yesterday, and a race win today as well. Sandeep managing to overtake Diljit TS on that final lap, so he's come in 2nd. Diljit finishes 3rd, and Vishnu will have to settle for 4th. Disappointment, I'd say, for the young Amir Saeed, who did so well except that final lap where he was involved in an incident, his car coming undone, and that cost him a podium finish and some very valuable points.
As you said, Raman, this was the last lap, and Amir Saeed would try and do that extra bit and try and did that extra, and in doing so, I think hit the car, Diljit's car from behind, and in that process, nothing happened to Diljit TS or Sandeep Kumar, but Amir Saeed ended up losing the nose of his car, and then from 4th dropped down to 6th. But still, nonetheless, a super thrilling race with R.A. Singh taking the checkered flag, Sandeep Kumar coming in 2nd, and Diljit TS finding himself on the 3rd spot on the podium. That's Diljit TS. You can see on his car signing off as he goes through the weighbridge. So another terrific weekend for Dark Dawn. They had a great weekend last time around as well. They got 8 out of the possible 9 podium places, did Dark Dawn. And once again, a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 in this race. And R.A. Singh, for all the concentration that he showed when Raman was on the track trying to talk to him, well, I think you can now go on and say, that's all right, well deserved, well played, and well done. Because Raman tried to ask him a question and he only gave a one-word answer, yes. Are you ready for the race? What's the plan? Yes. And that shows, that the focus that he had, and I think it's certainly paid well for him, for R.A. Singh. Oh, what a thrilling race we've had. It's a dark dawn, 1, 2, 3. Tremendous effort from the team. So we've had a thrilling race. We'll be back very, very quickly with a short commercial break and then we'll go into the highlights of this race.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart, JK Tyre, total control. They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
Well, these are the highlights. So we're back after a quick commercial break. This is the final race of the round number 3. And it's the LGB Formula 4 category. Arya Singh starting at P1 had a very, very good start. And so did Sandeep Kumar, who started at P2. Diljit TS was at P3. There was a great battle between Diljit TS and Amir Saeed for that third and fourth spot. Momentarily for that time, it was Amir Saeed who was ahead of Diljit TS. He had a very good start, did Amir Saeed, in the opening lap. Vishnu Prasad, who started way back in P11, very quickly moved up till the 8th position in the race, showing all the experience that he has and that desire to not allow that gap between himself and Sandeep Kumar to go away, evaporate as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. Arya Singh was doing ever so well, had opened up a good lead and a good gap between himself and Sandeep and the following pack, only for the safety car to come out and take it all away. There was that battle. You can see the red car and the silver car. Diljit TS there trying to come in on the outside, and Amir Saeed doing ever so well, maintaining his line, not allowing Diljit TS to pass, at least on that occasion. There you see the gap that has been opened up by Arya Singh and Sandeep Kumar on the following 5-6 cars. 3 you can see the yellow ones with Raghu Rangasamy, Naeem, Mohammad Rian and Vishnu Prasad there. This is when the first safety car had come out. You can see the drivers raising their hands, indicating to the ones behind them that hang on, no overtaking. The yellow flag is out, the safety car is out, and that was for when Sarosh Hataria's car was placed right in the middle of the track. That had stalled, had spun. Sarosh very quickly got off the harm's way, and the crane took that out. And once the safety car was back in the pit, proper racing action resumed once again, and Arya Singh did ever so well to maintain the lead that he had. Sandeep closely following him onto that straight, and that is where there was a slight mistake made by Amir Saeed. He went slightly widely from corner 1 and corner 2 to go on and lose that position as far as the third position was concerned. So it was a dark dawn, 1, 2, 3. Those are your race winners. Arya Singh right at the top of the podium. Then it is Sandeep Kumar in second, and you've got Diljit TS in third. It's a dark dawn clean sweep. It's a dark dawn 1, 2, 3. Great weekend for Arya Singh, getting another race win. Also, Riaz would be certainly delighted with this result. They've had a couple of clean sweeps in the previous round as well. That was round 2, and they've dominated proceedings in round 3 as well. Have Dark Dawn. So those are your winners. The race leader, Arya Singh. Sandeep Kumar coming in second. Diljit TS with a smile on his face, staying content with third. And Afzal Riaz I was talking about, that there he is, team principal Dark Dawn, ever so delighted. You can see this smile on his face. You can see he's beaming with joy because of this utter dominance of Dark Dawn in this race. One more for the photographers and the media there. All smiles are team Dark Dawn, and why not? Now that the prize distribution ceremony is done, we have our very own Raman Manot, who's in the presentation area, and he will have a very, very quick chat with the 3 race winners, and they are, as I said, Arya Singh, Sandeep Kumar and Diljit TS. Raman, who's at the presentation area. Raman, over to you.
Are we good? So once again, it's a clean sweep on the podium by Team Dark Dawn Racing. They've dominated proceedings, and let's have a quick chat with the boys who are right here. Diljit, the result was never in doubt. If at all there was a doubt, it was in the order in which things would finish. And for a moment, temporarily, you'd moved into second before Sandeep passed you, and you had to finish third.
Yeah, I mean, because I've been getting so many taps from Amir, like when I was running on third, and then I was like, you know, I knew that Amir car was a little faster than my car, but then I couldn't, you know, handle him, like, you know, because he was keep on tapping him, and something broke in my car. So, and I was having a very bad handling. So then I was like, okay, now it's time for Sandeep to take some taps. Then I was like, okay, then I dived in. Then, but then, like, you know, he had more pace on his car, so he could overtake me back again in the last lap.
Well, let's have a chat with Sandeep, because now, given this result, and also Sandeep, it's unofficial, we're waiting for, these are provisional results, but Vishnu's finished 4th. And I was just taking a look at the driver's standings, doing my own calculations before coming in for this conversation. It seems that the gap between the two of you is narrowed down to just 2 points.
Yeah, I think 2 or 1, if I'm not wrong. So that makes it even more tighter going into the last round. But plan was to take the lead, but nonetheless, it's closer than before. It's going to be really good in the last round. The fight is going to be, you know, very, very close. So we have to bring in our A game.
Well, go well. Enjoy the moment for now.
Thank you so much.
Let's have a chat now with Arya Singh, who's notched up his 2nd race win of this weekend in different conditions. Yesterday, it was raining, Arya. You still ruled roost. Today, it was bright and sunny, and you still came up on top.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I just wanted to do what I did yesterday. Started from pole and just wanted to win it. And I think before the first safety car, I had a pretty nice margin, so I was kind of upset the safety car came out, especially when the second one came out as well. Right. Because mid-race I started having some issues with my engine, so I was losing a lot of power, but at the same time, you know, others were also fighting and I had the track position, so all I had to do was not make any mistakes on my end and just finish the race, and I won it.
Congratulations. What is it that you've done differently in this round? Because I noticed when I was speaking with you before the start of the race as well, the focus looked very different.
Yeah, I mean, funnily, I just slept before the race. So I just woke up with 2 minutes when there was just 2 minutes left for the pit lane to open, and my eyes opened then. So I quickly threw some water on my face, and it kind of works because you don't have much to think about. So once you're there, you just add it.
Well, relaxed mindset, I think it's worked wonders. Go well.
Thank you.
That's, of course, Arya Singh, and that's a clean sweep on the podium once again in round 3 for Team Dark Dawn Racing, something that they've done so very well in round 2 as well. That also now brings the curtain down on racing action of round 3 of the JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship. One more round still remains across these 3 categories, and there's a lot at stake. So for now, from the entire production team bringing you this coverage of the JK TYRE-FMSCI National Racing Championship, this is Raman Banod saying goodbye till we meet again.